Interesting to see what McIlroy does here. Surprised if it were driver.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised. He doesn't have to take any risks. He's got the par fives. He's playing superbly well. If in doubt, chip out, drop a stroke, hit at the middle of the green. That's a long club he's got in his bag.
Wow.
Ooh, got the driver out.
We'll go up to the green and to Dusty. Very nicely played indeed. Yeah, he was there in 2007 at the Walker Cup, as was Fowler and McIlroy, so there you go. Head along to the Walker Cup. See the stars of the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the 143rd Open Championship. On the tee from USA, Rickie Fowler.
Second major in a row he's been out in the final group, Rickie.
On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Well, he set himself a strategy this week, not to be too conservative, and this is an aggressive play off the first. If he smokes it, he can take all the bunkers out of play. Fairway splitter, wasn't it? Absolutely cut it in half.
That's extraordinary. Rory's story is there on the website if you want to have a look at it. Another chapter today, perhaps the third leg of a career Grand Slam by the age of 25.
Well, I first bumped into him at the Forest of Arden when he was 14 years of age, and Darren Clarke said, "You're going to have a chat with this chap." He was a little curly-haired boy, slightly nervous. So I interviewed him for Sky.
Never heard of them. Garcia. Beautifully done. No, Garcia, and the noise will just feed down a little bit. The atmosphere is sizzling here at Hoylake. 10 under, Sergio Garcia.
And that little break where that ball could have gone to the left and into the sand, just sneaking by. It's a real springboard to his round there.
And it goes for Cabrera, 6 under par. Seeing plenty of birdies out there on the course. The crowd that will go round with McIlroy and Fowler. Good old flotilla, quite close to him as well, but again, this is where he escapes from it all and feels comfortable, natural environment, a bit like Tiger. There, Norman, Watson and Price. Just looking at all the players who've shot all 4 rounds in the 60s in the Open. It's only been done 3 times. Greg Norman, 93, Nick Price, 94, Tiger Woods, again, 2000. And McIlroy, all 3 rounds in the 60s so far. As has Rickie Fowler. You see the strategies there. Fowler short of the bunkers, McIlroy up on the horizon somewhere.
Leishman for a birdie at the 6th. Go to 7, 8, he goes. Well, if this continues, the golf continues in this vein, this is going to be some blistering stuff this afternoon. The blue skies have moved away. It's a bit grey, but I'm still, it's going to be a super afternoon. Eagle putt coming up, McDowell. If this goes in, he goes to 6 under. 5th hole. A little bit of a ridge halfway to the hole. Up over the bump. Up, over and down the other side, and no. Good effort, but not quite good enough. Now back to the first. Rickie Fowler.
You play short of the bunkers, leave a long second. 4-iron. 201 yards, wind into off the right.
He's posing, it's on line. It certainly is on line, a cracking shot. This opening hole has not been kind to Rory McIlroy. His top shots here have gone through the green, basically. On a couple of occasions, took 3 more to get down. See a big advantage off the tee, threaded it straight between the trouble.
Well, you know, we got the breeze into the face off the right. First tee shot of the day, pretty close to 300 yards for McIlroy into the wind. Just amazing when he's in this mode. Everything's on. Just 154 yards left for him. The wind seems to be freshening the cloud cover, and a little bit cooler than it has been all morning. So the conditions are a fraction more challenging than they have been.
Well, now, this would be a good time, Master McIlroy, to hit one nicely into the green, not go too far as you've done before. Miss the first. The front 2 bunkers, just a nice, clean, straight hit. It's okay. Nicely done.
That's the first hole dealt with, Peter.
Well, well, nearly. Joined by Mark James and Frank Nobilo as we look at Adam Scott for a birdie.
Perhaps making a move forward. So, charge. It's not too late. There's 20 holes left. As you can see, 2 in a row.
Dustin at the second. He finds the green. Will it go too far? No, okay. Never a bad thing. Find the fairways and hit the middle of the greens.
This hole has been so good to Garcia over the years.
Well, 3 perfect shots from Garcia down the first, a perfect tee shot here, only going in with a wedge. Now, he did hold his second shot here on Friday. Too much to expect history to repeat itself, surely.
He also held it back in 2006. It was in the 3rd round.
He's done one thing right. In 2006, he turned out the last day in all yellow, which was a schoolboy error.
If he'd won, it would have been a wonderful choice of clothing. But he didn't win, did he? You think suggesting yellow put him off?
I wore yellow once, and Philip Parkin called me Banana Man. I never wore it again.
Oh, I see. That was rather cruel of him.
He's like that.
Cabrera, who's going along very nicely indeed. 6 under. This for a 3 at the 16th. This is... Oh, there he is. Well, good par 5. Another birdie.
If he starts with the birdie, I'm not sure if we're ready for the volume.
Well, we'll hear it now. Amazing. He hit the only club that could bring the bunkers in the playoff to first. It doesn't matter.
I just like to listen to the crowd. It's wonderful. What a way to start. But only 17 more to go, young sir. Do not be carried away.
It'll settle his nerves, though, I think, Peter.
You know, the perspiration flowing in this commentary box is quite amazing. We've done 2 litres already. He's only played 1 hole. How about the... Oh, dogged it. He just plain dogged it. Played 1 ahead. Our friends from the United States are here in great numbers. Television stations, Golf Channel, ESPN, they're all here. And from the news report I put out earlier, we're delighted to hear the plane is now gone and the loos are now working again for the television commentators and all the staff. So everyone is more or less happy, and it just shows you the power that a certain gentleman called Bill Lacey has.
Well, we had some adrenaline on the first tee after that birdie. He's got to be incredibly pumped up now. 7-stroke lead.
And he knew with 2 or 3 feet to go. Irish flag in the background for a reason. It could be their day.
Garcia resolutely keeping his back to the scoreboard, although he heard the big cheer from the last.
Nasty one left.
300 yards to the bunkers down the right, downwind. Just an iron for McIlroy.
Little anxious.
He's perfect position now, just short of those bunkers, about 15 yards short. Judged it very nicely.
Perfect spot.
Yeah.
Just the move downward. It's quite remarkable. Has that almost counter hip rotation. Almost like you're throwing a heavy medicine ball. It generates so much power so easily. Now, here's Fowler up to the task.
He's a great shot maker, is Rickie Fowler. And don't forget, he's the only player that's had 2 top 5 finishes in the first 2 majors of the year.
A little further, a little closer.
300 yards to those bunkers. Fowler cut it mighty fine, even with a 3-wood. Downwind, as Phil said. And Rory dead safe, 25, 30 yards short of those bunkers.
Dustin Johnson at second, which is the members' 18th, remember. Starting play on the 17th for 17 and 18 are 1 and 2. And the members' first hole, the third, comes the 3rd hole. Which is, I can tell you, when the wind's in a certain direction, left to right against, very frightening. But it's very benign at the moment.
It's a tall Robert Carlson on the left side. Such a good swing for a tall player. So well balanced. Second shot into 4. Oh, it's a goodie.
Well, for his second birdie in 4 holes now. Garcia from 5 feet. It was moving right to left as it went past the hole, so this should fade a little. Yep, well done. Birdie pass start. But they're going to have to rely on Rory to give them a bit of help.
Great scenes here from our cameras up on high, scanning over the course. So much goes into this championship and many other great events in the world of golf over the years, but this is the big one. Here's a big one. This is a monster putt. Cricket pitch length for a little bit.
22 yards.
Oh, you want to bet? You like a bet? You don't, obviously don't think it's 22 yards.
23, 24.
Ladies, that was a long putt.
Pin close to the out of bounds there at the third for the, I think, for the first time, but back to Garcia on the tee at this dog leg right. 426 yard par 4 round the members' practice ground. Quite a big target with an iron.
A following breeze from the right will help keep this out of bounds.
That was just a punch forward. There wasn't a lot of power behind that. Just almost a long chip shot up to the corner, and you turn sharp right up to the green.
Second shot from McIlroy at the second, 174 yards, breeze down and slightly from the left. Can't afford to go too aggressive. Just beyond the hole, you go off the back of the green.
You usually tell from the body language. I reckon that's fairly straight. Yeah, fairly straight. Right, nice round the green. That's okay. Keep doing that, my boy. Daddy will be pleased.
I think he aimed both iron shots at the first and the second, straight at the middle of the greens. He knows he can reduce the par 5s to almost nothing, the distance he hits the ball, and with accuracy. So I think he's definitely got a game plan.
So tee shot of Fowler, just 160 left. Phil?
Yeah, and he's hitting a 9-iron course. Rickie has to be a little more aggressive than McIlroy. 7 shots behind now.
Dug down on it. Spins a little.
Wonderful. 162 yards with a firm 9-iron. Something to ponder.
Par start for Johnson.
This is the 7th green. Ryan Moore. 1 birdie in the first 6 holes. This for another. Oh, well done, yeah. Moves to 7. We saw this yesterday. They were queuing up, making birdies in the first 9, trying to get to Rory, but
Jim Furyk. Like old Father Thames, he just keeps rolling along. There he's at it again. Look at that, mate. See, if that hole had been cut properly, that would have got in. Greenkeepers never looked anywhere else. That's a bit of good fortune there for Gentleman Jim. View of the second. This is the members' 18th. I keep telling you that some of you may not know they altered the flow of the holes here. And we did mention, yes, this is probably, arguably, the only 18th hole where you can't see the clubhouse. It's along to the, as we look now, it's on our left about 80, 90, 100 yards, but level with the green. So unless you've got a giraffe neck, you can't sort of see the clubhouse.
Well, Garcia, just the group ahead, misjudged the pace on this putt coming down the hill. See if Rory can pick up the little extra speed.
Nothing like it. I wonder where they are. Is that a private home? As it looks like it. Build a little balcony, Mabel. Then we can sit in the summer evenings and watch those golfers go gleefully by.
McIlroy has to come over just a little ridge, and once it hits that, it's going to go fraction left.
He gave it a scare. Beautifully done. May have to move that marker, maybe not.
Up ahead to 3. Garcia, flag tucked close to the out of bounds. Another low chaser. Will kick forward. Keep going.
Well, that was a beautifully played shot from Garcia. It just sort of lacked the momentum to just get up there. Look at that clubhead flipping around. That's incredible.
Well, Fowler knocked it in fairly close at the first and the same here at the second. He's the kind of putter that when he gets hot, everything goes in, but he also has some days where he just can't make a putt, so I think it's incredibly crucial that he holds a putt early on.
Like that. McIlroy's coin there, Mark, gave him a little bit of help. Now, Rory's going to hold his for them to remain level for their final round. Safely done, 2 holes played, 16 to go. A little bit of a stroll up to the third tee. So the last pair have completed 2 holes. Now they start. Once they've hit their tee shots here to move out into the country.
We saw Garcia hit his second shot. He's playing alongside Dustin Johnson. Can he get it closer? Past the right distance. Be a little easier putt though from that side.
We saw Jim Furyk's second shot almost go in, and Robert Carlson's got this for an eagle as well. This would take him to 10 under. Perfect. 2 birdies and an eagle in the first 5 holes for Carlson. And he joins the queue of pretenders.
They're certainly not letting Rory off the hook early on, are they? They're giving him something to think about. Fowler at the third.
Allowing the breeze to move it to the left. Rory first played his first R&A championship, the British boys at Hoylake, all the way back in 2000. And he lost in the first round. All these years later. poised for the Open Championship.
Well, he's not putting a foot wrong. That's another pure strike. And he's set off like he knows exactly what he's doing. And he's going to play his game of golf, regardless of what the others do, and post a solid, decent score. And if one of the others can shoot 63, then he might be caught. But that's about it.
The other thing in the back of his mind, if he shoots 68, he shoots the lowest score relative to par ever shot in a major championship. Tiger Woods holds it at 19 under par, which was shot in 2000 at St Andrews. So 3 more birdies.
Well, they could mess around with the par, couldn't they? You could just call 10 a par 4, make it a little shorter, but I think it'd just mess the course up.
I agree. Par's not important, really. You all come, you all play. The one with the lowest score goes home with the trophy. There's nothing wrong with that. And Garcia done it. I say they're all chasing it. Well, they all like Rory, but they're suddenly acting as if they don't like him. It's very unfair.
They just want a contest, Peter.
Oh, shut up. Not a contest. If people who don't want a contest, they want to see Rory winning by 82 shots. Pull yourself together.
Garcia might have a different opinion. He's pulled it. Woeful.
If that was a long shot, it would have been out of bounds, that one. That was...
David Howell putting for a birdie at the 10th to go to 7 under par. He's at it as well. Well, well, well. What a carry on now. Dustin Rose for a par at the 3rd.
Well, what an incredible start. McIlroy birdies the first, Garcia birdies the first and third, and Robert Carlson absolutely flying along, 4 under after 5. Jim Furyk with maybe a very slightly fortunate eagle at the par 5, but we'll accept it, thank you very much. Josh Schultzel just 1 under so far. Victor Dubuisson starting with a drop shot.
Now Fowler. So will he take this flag on? A long way back. He's trying. He wants it to cut back. Could have done with another club. 15 yards short.
And most of these guys would fade it to that pin position. Interesting to see Dustin Johnson. He appeared to draw it to that pin and could only get it to about 25, 30 feet left of the pin. A much more intimidating shot, starting it by the out of bounds. Garcia started it in the middle of the green and cut it back. Expect Rory to aim left edge, cut it into the middle of the green.
Not easy from 204 yards out of bounds, just right to the green.
Makes it that little bit more difficult. Just off the edge.
Par 3. See what the big Swede can do here. Always giving this some here. Another good one gets on that level. It's just on top of that little ridge. Just enough breeze out there, Peter.
Yeah, just enough to keep it interesting. Sergio, the fourth. 372 yards. Shortest par 4 on the course. Playing alongside Dustin Johnson.
Come on, DJ. Good ball, DJ.
Two reports from Eastbourne about the pogo stick jumping pro. Dale tells me it was Charlie Macy, sadly died in the early 90s. And another lady, Wendy Knight, said it was Norman Hucknall. Both of those names are slightly familiar to me. I can't be absolutely sure. I have a leaning towards Charlie Macy, but there we are. Thank you for that.
That's the third green. A little collection area. You see the fourth running straight away. Up on there you'll find the fine Frenchman, Victor Dubuisson. A little closer to the top 10 if this goes in. That's the way. Greens is absolutely perfect speed for these guys. They're not fearful of them.
This is one of the best last days I've seen for a long time, Mark, so far. As far as, you know, everyone getting up and getting into the action.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Lovely.
I mean, last year it was difficult but interesting. This year it's a little easier, but the birdies and eagles, it's a display of great golf.
Now, Rory's been chipping quite beautifully. Lovely touch. Now, this is important. He doesn't want to really take 3 from the edge here. Easily done.
Very good lie. Straightforward chip shot.
Very tasty. Mark Oxide wants to know, do the players take the trophy home? Yes, they do. And they keep it well insured, of course. Ryder Cup, there's a couple of replicas go around, but I'm not sure about the Open Trophy. Look at that beautiful stripe. Ball comes up in the air, lands and just moves towards the whole. Beautiful judge of pace.
Just coming out of that first cut of rough, Garcia.
Very accessible flag here for Garcia. Just a pitching wedge from 151 yards downwind.
He's already made 2 birdies in the first 3 holes. One more bounce. And still 18, 20 feet left there.
Rory taps in after that beautiful chip. Email from France, David Norby. Could you please tell me whether players are wearing black ribbons? Well, in memory of the late Bob Torrance, who great tutor, father of Sam Torrance, who passed away a day or 2 back, in memory of dear Bob.
Yeah, he would have loved to have been here. Certainly to watch today. Rickie Fowler from a long way away. Very good lag. And Rory already in with 4.
There'll be great interest in Northern Ireland, and not only for Rory, but it's Balmoral Golf Club, where Fred Daly was the professional for umpteen years. He won the championship here in 1947 and was second the following year. I think he was second at Muirfield when Henry Cotton won. And they're celebrating their century. Paul Arnott from Northern Ireland sends greetings to you all.
Good 2-putt for Fowler. Another hold on though. Still 6 in it.
Robert Carlson to go to 10 under. Oh, if he did it, it was there. Clarke, you could answer this question. We've had Derek once. He's intrigued by the blue tracer that follows the flight of the ball. Where was it? Just watch this first and think about how and where was it introduced, if you know. The tracer line. Fowler at the fourth tee shot.
We'll see what line it gives first. Looks like a good one. To be honest, I've only seen it in America first, but I don't know who started it or who invented it.
It's more prevalent in the United States, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. TrackMan.
TrackMan, that's what
TrackMan's data, but it is different to the blue line. It's considered Pro Tracer.
TrackMan.
TrackMan gives you all those numbers, flight, trajectories, a bit like a plane taking off.
I'm confused enough.
Rory's not confused. Big lead.
Yeah, just an iron downwind. This hole's less than 400 yards. So maybe a second shot.
That looked like he was admiring his work after that tee shot. Wouldn't blame him. 1 under through the first 3, plotting his way.
Message from some Scottish family. The Buchanan family in deepest France are so enjoying the BBC coverage. We've got €5. I shall win €5 from Grandpa if Rory wins. Well, go for it, Buchanans.
At the par 5, world number 1. And he's doing a good job. Just too far behind at this stage. And with a chance to win the last 2 opens.
Well, the field have gone off like trains. None of the last 8 groups have anyone over par for the day. This is at 18, Phil Mickelson finishing his round. It's been a toughish week for Phil. 3 unders a day though, -4, which is currently now in 27th, so certainly no disgrace for the defending champion. And if he holds that, give him the 68.
The Australian Mark Leishman went very close at Augusta a couple of years ago. Nearly in double digits. 4 under already. Beautiful day for scoring.
It's a birdie fest. Can Garcia make another? Use his strange putting grip like a tin of broken biscuits. Doesn't look great, but does the job. Does he hit it? Oh, cross with that one. Short enough to get it to the hole.
Perfect.
Just 141 yards for Rory McIlroy's second shot to the 4th. With this breeze helping, I suppose. The only thing he has to make sure he doesn't get too aggressive and go beyond the hole over the back of the green.
Sandown. Oh, middle of the green. Middle of the green. Right of the flag. Down, 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 down.
Did you say right at the flag?
Down, 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 down. Right at the flag. Is that not right at the flag? I didn't mind if it went a bit right of the flag.
Rickie Fowler also with the Sandown. He hits his wedges just a little bit lower than McIlroy. Mind you, most people hit it lower than McIlroy.
Trouble is they hit it more often than McIlroy. bite. Oh, gone. Now, if that had been Pinehurst, a little course in America, that would have been about a quarter of a mile away. But it ain't. It's not too bad.
Garcia waiting a lot.
So Sergio at the par 5. Even with the 3-wood, he can get home, providing he finds the fairway.
Really hits down on that wood. Arnold Palmer used to take a divot, a little bit of a divot when he drove, and he was one of the best drives of the ball. Ended up being a superb driver of the ball. Back to the 18th, Cabrera. That's going to be a 5 at the last. He dropped a stroke at the 17th, but it's around a 67 if he taps this in. Very nicely done.
Yeah, after a first round of 76 for Cabrera, he's currently in 14th spot, so that's a really, really good open after the opening round. And Carlson lucky to miss that bunker, but this is a good drive now. Pin front left, so he's opened up the pin. The wind off the left, so it's a tough one to get to. 8 iron by the looks of things. Oh, lovely shot.
This is it's an absolute delight to watch, isn't it? Everybody's playing beautifully. Sheer delight. The course is in lovely condition. Golf's good. Mickelson finishing off. Yeah, what a way to finish. Defending champion finishes with a 4 and a round of 68. 5 under for the championship. Good defence.
Well, the crowd appreciating his efforts and his performance last year.
Not too bad if you can use a putter. Closely mown for Fowler.
Took a wicked bounce just in front of him. So maybe chipping might have been a better option.
Pretty green, Frank, after that rain last night.
Lovely corner of the golf course, though, the 4th. And this is only just outside 10 feet, Phil.
A chance to get to 18 under par. He's just been sensational this week. He is a genius, and this week he's just shown us how good he is. Sometimes you know, you think he's too aggressive, but I think on this golf course you needed to be more aggressive off the tee to make the second shots a little easier. And a lot of players have been so far back they've left too much to do, but not this kid. This to get to 18 under.
Oh, what a good effort. Another hole safely negotiated.
Another 3 or 4 of those, Peter, and suddenly it's 9 holes to go and he's 6 ahead still.
Steady, don't get carried away. Weasel, the colourful but quiet Frenchman. This to go to 10 under, and he is there. Dropped a stroke at the first, 2 pars, birdie eagle.
Rickie stayed 11 under with Garcia. Comfortably hold. Has not cut into the lead
Well, the Tour de France went through Yorkshire the other week, and someone fell through a roof, climbing up and watching it.
Did they?
So yeah, you don't want too many people on top of your house.
I watched a bit. There was hardly any road left coming from your place at Ilkley. The road was only about 10 foot wide.
Now at the 15th, Shane Lowry. A great set of par threes. You make 2 here, you earn them. Reaction.
It's a bombardment of birdies. I don't think I've seen anything like this for many a year.
Eduardo Molinari might as well join the birdie barrage. Short par 5 fifth. Another one.
It's a bit ho-hum though on a par 5, isn't it? 3 eagles in the last half hour at the 5th.
Robert Carlson for a birdie, the 8th. No, he didn't hit it quite hard enough, Robert. But he's still very much in the hunt for a big prize. There's going to be a bit of a cavalry charge when we get towards the end. Whoever finishes from about 4 to 12, 4 to 16, there's going to be a lot of players jammed in there.
Par 5 fifth. You can see what he's trying to do. 264. That's swish with a fairway wood. Just hammered it through the back of the green, and that looks like it might be in an awkward lie.
Yeah, he's trying to cut that, just hung on to it, goes further. Now Justin Rose at 8. This for a birdie, and it's another one. Well done, Justin. Second birdie of the day, moves to 7 under.
Par 5 for Rickie Fowler, into the wind off the right. Bunkers down the right, have to avoid those. 3 of them, nasty things.
Well, that looked like a 3-wood. It certainly wasn't a driver. Unless he's got a small-headed version, and that's okay.
Yeah, the hole bends a little to the left. The first bunker comes in, 265 yards. The next one, around 280 yards. And, well, that does not look like a 3-wood for Rory teed up.
Another driver. Well, there's gorse down the left, bunkers up the right, but all he is seeing is the fairway.
Well, a pity. It was a magnificent strike. He'd just gone 5 or 6 feet too far. That may make it a little awkward to reach the green in 2. But having seen him knock a drive in a 5-iron onto the last hole, on the last green at 550 odd yards, I don't think that bit of fluffy rough is going to bother the boy much. Matching shirt sleeve, matching shoe. Fashion plates. A bit like dear old Harry Bradshaw years ago. He was a fashion plate of a kind.
I bet you only had one colour of shoe, didn't you, Peter, in your day?
Well, when you've only got one pair, brown goes with anything, you know. Who is in there? Adams. Oh, we found the ball. He's trying to take a drop with a putter that's about 14 foot long. Not sure I approve of this in my old fuddy-duddy ways. The driver was always the longest club in the bag to me. Dustin Johnson comes up and out and on and nicely done.
There's a guy in the States, Rocky Thompson, used to use a driver that was about 56 inches long.
Yeah, I remember him.
He was mayor of his local town.
He was a beautiful eccentric. I liked him very much.
Garcia's found a nice lie through the back of the fifth. A fairly straightforward pitch shot, plenty of green to work with. Nicely back into the breeze.
He certainly hit that second shot a long way. He's what, 20, 30 yards, maybe more past the flag. Stabs it up, little pitch and run, easing up to the whole side. Lovely judgment.
How are things down there, Scott, with Molinari and Dubuisson?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed bag start for Dubuisson, obviously. Great eagle on the last. Molinari's played pretty clean, clinical golf up to now, just missing this 6th green, but otherwise he's been pretty solid fairways and greens, just not really made the putts yet.
In the same bunker is Victor Dubuisson. If you're just joining us, or we're not showing your local tour pro, here are the alphabeticals running along the bottom of your screen. As Victor eyes up this, got to go up a tier, which makes it difficult. Pitched it into the tier, which is absolutely brilliant play, right to the whole side. And par saved on this par 3 6th for Victor Dubuisson.
Up the hill for par for Johnson after dropping it out of the gorse bush off the tee.
Well, it was a good try. That's a 6 for Dustin Johnson. And that's a big setback on a birdie hole. Sergio has this to go to 12. And certainly for a few minutes, Rory's lead will be cut to 5. Frank and Peter are recovering from this birdie barrage for a few minutes. I'm joined by Ken Brown and Andrew Cotter.
Well, interesting. Garcia for the start. Very interesting watching McIlroy hit driver down up. No real need for him to do it on the 5th hole, playing alongside Rickie Fowler. Philip down there.
Rickie Fowler's been waiting for the green to clear. He needs everything. He's got 282. The wind slightly into, mainly off the right, but hurting a fraction. Needs to catch all of this. Bunkers just in front of the green.
Give it plenty of air. Looked like he got most of it. Oh, that was a big hit. Pin at the back and ball in the bunker. Won't be the easiest bunker shot, but actually it slopes down to it and then up a tier. Rory hit his tee shot about 315 just past the last trap. Last trap but 1.
This is a magnificent lie for Rory. Ball's about 2 inches off the ground. 252. You can get that so easily.
Heavy and plummets into the grandstand area. Must have perhaps hit it. The ball sat up so well he hit it off the top of the blades from it. Didn't quite get to
That's all I can think, and sometimes it's not the nicest of lies, that, and some people don't mind that at all. Personally, I wouldn't like it.
It's just hard to tell from that angle. He sort of hit it slightly thin. You can see sort of graze the top of the grass, and maybe just didn't get the contact right.
Slightly better news for him. He looked to be close enough to the grandstand to get at lots of drop zones around. Drop zones are not great. I mean, there's pretty thick rough anyway, but might get a better lie shot at it. Uncharacteristically loose one though. Edoardo Molinari. Now gives back the one he picked up at the 5th hole. Again, level par at the moment, that really is heading backwards.
It's such a congested part of the course around here, with huge galleries following these final 2 matches, that Garcia's constantly standing back and just waiting until McIlroy's ball thuds into the fairway or green beside him. He's got a 6-iron here at the 6th hole, slightly uphill into the breeze. Flag just set up on the very back tier, quite difficult to get close to, but the ideal to leave it just short for an uphill putt.
Slow, is it going to chase? Oh, unlucky, lands softly. A little hollow there, and the ball landed right at the bottom of it. Nicely played.
A pretty good shot. Tough hole, that 6, 205 yards. Come over to Lowry. /16th, this to go 9 under, it's in. Well, if we can find a 3-3 finish, that would really do some damage.
So what's the situation? You see the white line there, so he's looking in the drop zone. Just about weird to think about having a drop of this one, Philip.
He has to drop it in the drop zone, that is correct, and it's pretty rough there. So you never know what you're going to get.
Bernie Maguire adjusting that. I think must be in charge of looking after photographers and press, make sure that in his way. Bernie Maguire's there week in, week out, doing his press work. What sort of lie did he get, Bill?
Well, you know, Ken, I just went in there and asked Roy to get out of the way so I can have a look.
You comedian. Now you've got a chance now, smart ass.
No, I'm not going to risk it. But, you know, he has got about 23, 24 yards of green to work with. Wind is off the right, and so he's not really going to have any backspin at all.
I'd say from where we looked at, and the camera looked to me, not lying too badly.
Apologies for that, Phil.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and get this to land softly. He can't rely on spin with this one, so he's got to control how far it releases by how high he hits the ball.
That looks a bit spinachy to me, Mark. That, oh, it's not too. I can see the top of the ball.
Doesn't want to get too cute, does he? I mean, just one thing he's got to make sure is get it on. There is a bank just before the flag, so he can fly this pretty much all the way, certainly to within 15 feet of the pin.
Is it? Down. Over the hill. Okay. But it's getting worse. Suddenly become a devilish up and down.
Yeah, it looks like he's chipping along that ridge, which may not be the easiest, but he is a fiendishly good chipper, Rory, so fingers crossed on that one.
Well, that 5-shot lead over Garcia was only really a true lead once he'd completed this hole, because it's a big birdie chance, but looks like he's not going to. He's birdied it every day so far, McIlroy. And a 5 here will feel like a shot gone.
Bogey putt for Adam Scott at the 7th. No, not another one. Nearly. He's holed some wonderful putts.
This is down to sheer talent, guys. This kind of thing. Just how much skill do you have? And a lot. A heck of a lot. What a shot.
Flip that club head under the ball and take it steeply back. I think even you wouldn't have done that well, Ken.
No, that was one heck of a shot. Worth another look. See how steeply he's down. To get it out, it wasn't too difficult. To get the distance out of it was much more tricky. See, he's got it going forward as well as up. And a little unlucky, didn't run up the little tier. Had a beauty on 18 last night, and that was every bit as good.
Interesting little chip shot here, left for McIlroy. This isn't straightforward. He's just coming across a little bit of a ridge, shooting it right all the way. And of course, if he doesn't judge it properly, he can end up a good 15 feet to the right. He's got to try and stay on the top level where the hole is.
How's it lying, Phil?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Come on, up. No. Back. Oh, sticks there. But that for his par.
Go on, Sergio, don't forget to hit it. It's up the little tier. Run away. Oh, dear, I pray. Complete misread. And he's left himself a snorter.
Dubuisson on the 7th. This is his second shot. Pin guarded by left traps. One of the most difficult fours on the course. Needs to go a bit. It's just softened after last night's rain. Yesterday evening's rain, to be more exact.
Well, the 6th and 5th greens are not too far apart. Garcia on the par 3 first of all. In she goes. 5 behind at the moment. He's soon before.
So McIlroy to save par at this par 5 5th hole. Should drift a little right, just a fraction.
He's had eagles, he's had birdies at par 5s, he's had pars, but that's the first bogey. The 6. That's the 16 under.
Can we talk about a 6-shot lead as if it was untouchable? But that's 5 holes played. 6-shot lead is down to 4.
That's his first 6 of the week.
Johnson, this for par, he made 6 at the par 5 as well, but that's the par at 6. Stays at 8 under.
Fowler has this one for a 2-shot swing and to get to 12 under par.
I think it was one of those putts, Mark. He said, I must give this a go, I must give it a run, and as a result hit it 6 inches further than he really ought to have done, and as a over-borrowed.
I think you're absolutely right, yeah. The one thing you don't want to do on those uphill putts is just dribble them. It's in.
So they'll walk back to the left and to the 6th tee. And things really are getting more interesting. Rory McIlroy with that rare drop shot. First bogey on the par 5 back to just 4 clear. Dubuisson now on the 7th. It's good. It's wonderful. Oh, Victor. Well, birdie on the 4th, eagle on the 5th, so nearly a chip-in birdie on the 7th. He's 10 under.
Breeze off the left and the trusty through wood out again for Sergio.
It didn't look like it hit it into that clag.
No, I'm not sure. I was just about to say it's a flawless round so far. We didn't see that one finish. Ah, there it is. The cheer suggested it was on the short stuff.
That cameraman couldn't fool us, Ken.
Well, Dustin Johnson will try and do the same, float it down the left-hand side, let it come up in the breeze.
Well, he's got the power to use that driving iron and still get it up there some distance. Long way. Toughest hole this week, the par 4 7th. So there we are from above the clouds. We look down and we look at a 4-shot lead now for Rory McIlroy. Down from 6, it's Garcia who's making the move, and you heard the cheers for him. Shane Lowry as well, good friend of Rory McIlroy. Great round out on the course, but just 2 more holes to play. And there is some wonderful scoring out there on the final day of the Open.
Here's all the balls that have been struck so far today. The reds are the birdies, so you see you've got to get on that top tier. There's only 5 red dots. Blues are the pars and the blacks are the bogeys.
Looks a tough green to read, Ken. There's not many putts been holed.
And all have been from the left with the uphill putt. For anywhere else, they would have missed.
Oh, Rickie Fowler going the 5-iron, so I imagine he's going to hold it into this wind off the right. 6, he would land it short, hit little draw, but that's not the case.
You saw that, as Phil was saying, open stance, holding it in there. Overcooks it. Down into the bunker.
I think this is where he's really got to keep a calm and cool head. He's got to realise that he was going to make the odd mistake and just recover from that, get back to playing perfectly solid golf.
Yeah, 1 less club, a 6-iron. This is going to have some height, come down softly.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Best today, you know, boss. Today. Nailed it. Sit. Sit.
Stay there. Oh, please. Be careful. If when it trickles off, that's okay. Sometimes you run into someone else's divot.
Interesting times. He's looked so cool from the off today, as though he really had it all worked out. It would have been very interesting if Garcia had made another birdie. Just 4 shots in it now. Dustin Johnson really hasn't done anything very exciting so far. Plenty of time though. 8 under par at the moment, just the 1 drop shot. That's more like it.
under the cover. Mainly left to right.
Angel Cabrera still the clubhouse leader at 6 under after 67, but Shane Lowry with 6 birdies.
You've got 95 to the front.
Made a great move. He's on the 18th, 9 under. Garcia with 205 yards left to the pin on this dangerous 7th.
Big bunkers eating into the front left of this green like incisors, pin tucked behind it, breeze left to right, and Garcia going in with a 7-iron. Fowler just on the downslope, it will release. Oh, wow. Goodness me, that was surprising how much spin he got on that one.
So Garcia's putt coming up in that line, and that gives you an idea of the contours.
If anyone is going to catch Garcia, they've got to play a flawless round of golf. McIlroy, sorry. If anyone's going to catch McIlroy, there's got to be a flawless round.
I think you're right, Ken. It's you've just got to make 6, 7 birdies, and you've just got to shoot 65 basically, and hope that Rory gives you a tiny bit of help. He's given the first sign of encouragement the previous hole.
5 feet below the putting surface, into the breeze, should be straightforward.
Becomes a big putt.
I'm doing the same as Mark, just trying to see if I can remember which way it breaks.
Well, I think Rickie Fowler, no, who was it? Who's the match in front? I've lost track.
And you're back in the room.
Yep, briefly probably.
Rory will watch this one. See how it breaks.
So many people watching this group that a little shout of support at the wrong time. Not everyone has got a very good view of what's happening, and that was bad timing from someone. So Fowler has this one to save par here at the 6th.
Well, we saw no one had hold a birdie putt from over this side of the hole. We don't know if anyone's hold any par putts.
Well, everything says it should turn to his from right to left. The whole general green slopes that way. Well done. Superb up and down for Rickie Fowler. Stays 11 under. Needs a little touch of the Tigers here, Rory. Just got to take his time and make sure there's no rush. There's always that tendency under pressure for everybody just to rush yourself.
Yeah, after bogeying a par 5 the previous hole, and with a really demanding tee shot coming up at the 7th, he certainly wants to roll this one in to save par here at the 6th.
Well, he thought it was just inside right, but he went far too far for it. Another breaking line. Also, stroke going.
First time he's had back-to-back bogeys this week, and the chasing pack have the scent. As Mark was saying, this is a big tee shot. It's one of the most daunting on the course.
If you go in with that, if you go iron off the tee, it leaves you an awful long second shot. The hole is 480 yards. So even these guys are very, very long. You hit an iron off the tee, you've got a big second shot.
Garcia from the sand. It's a very difficult seventh.
Absolutely superb shot. He slid underneath it, hit it to the bank in front of him down the slope. Not many people can play it. Not many people would think of it.
You can't teach it, can you, Ken, that?
Let's go to the 18th. Francesco Molinari. A putt for a 3. Francesco Molinari, horrible day had yesterday. He lost a chance he might have had. A moving day on Saturday. There's now a leader in the clubhouse. 67 for Molinari Jr. 3 birdies, 1 eagle to finish with. And then was 67, 8 under par. Fowler spanking it down the middle. Beautiful tee shot. Over to you, Rory.
Yeah, winds off the left on the 7th tee shot. Most right-handers do not like that. Bunkers both sides of the fairway around about 300 yards. Crucial tee shot for McIlroy.
Get the hole! Go, Rory!
There's a spin out of it. Is it leaking on the breeze? It's gorse down there. No, it's okay-ish. Even if you finish on the high spot, you're more likely to get a decent one than the valleys and the humps and hollows.
The atmosphere is electric now, crackling away, because that lead has been halved. A lead of half a dozen. Not now, not now. Somebody wandering just across in the members' tee in front there. Really got a hairskin. Just stays out of the divot. Nice tee shot.
Par 5 10th. South African Charles Schwartz. Nicely done. Just enough pace. 8 under.
Well, Dubuisson, hit it way left off the tee. Blind second shot. Back slightly into the breeze. Misjudged it from a good lie. It's come up short here. Pretty straightforward pitch. Just got to clear across the corner of the bunker. The little shoulder. Normally very good at these shots.
Well, it was beautifully played. You're dead right, Scott. He absolutely knew what he was doing with that one. Got back square, very smoothly. Just looked like falling off a log.
If you were playing poker against him, you'd have no idea what cards he had, would you?
And one player who is coming back into it, because Rory McIlroy with those back-to-back bogeys. Suddenly Dubuisson just 5 behind. Could say it. Then that goes to 7 under, and round of 68 for George Coetzee. Could end up being a top 20 finish. But up at the very interesting end of things, and it really is interesting now, McIlroy slipping back to 15 under, 3 shots clear of Sergio Garcia, lead halved within half a dozen holes. Rickie Fowler 4 behind. Francesco Molinari leader in the clubhouse. Adam Scott today, just not quite enough has happened for him. And Dustin Johnson slipping backwards. Stephen Gallagher up to 6 under. Phil Mickelson, we heard from him earlier, the defending champion, round in 68. Chris Wood, round of the day, round of the week, along with Johnson's earlier 65 in the championship. Made him lots of money today. Mark Warren having his struggles back to 3 under for the championship. And Tom Watson, 68 today. Not a million miles away from his age, the 64, nearly 65. He'll be back again for a final farewell next year. What an effort it's been this year from Tom Watson.
Shane Lowry at 18. And what a round he's having. 6 under for the day, going in with an iron at the last. And right to the heart of the green. Very, very good play indeed. 2 putts for a round of 65. And to take the clubhouse lead.
Well, where they got the hole today, there's no good angle to try and get close to this hole position over that front left bunker, wind off the left. He's just going to try and get some height, get the right distance, and Fowler has to be aggressive. 173 yards left. Looks like an 8-iron.
Very nicely done. So this hole does not take prisoners. He's given himself a birdie chance.
A really good lie for McIlroy as an upslope as well. Just 132 yards remaining, so it's just a little sand iron. I don't think he carried the bunker. There's a couple of bunkers on the left. He's in one of them.
2 deep top bunkers then. If it pitches straight in the face, you never know whether it's going to plug or not. It'd be very unlucky. It's like an unnecessary risk.
Totally unnecessary, Ken, because if you get it just short of the pin or just past, it's a real curling putt. You want to be sort of pin high, well right, and then you're putting up the hill towards the hole. Much easier putt anyway.
Well, another good tee shot from Garcia, and the flag tucked on the right-hand side with wind from the right. Very difficult to get close to. He's 169 yards to go. He's got a 7-iron. Now, he will have in his mind the fact that he tugged the last one quite badly. So, mind over matter, Sergio.
Very easy just for him to knock it 6, 7, 8 yards past the pin and make a par, but to get close, you've got to risk the sand, you've got to get a high floater, and he knows he can't back off. The length and the stop right just drifted a bit on the breeze.
Seen a couple of putts hold from there, though. That's an uphill putt. Not too much on it as we go to McIlroy.
Lie's okay, but hardly any green to work with, and it slopes away from him, and it's down breeze.
Down slope. Beautifully played by McIlroy. May just steady things. Stop the bleeding.
Right on the upslope. gave him a chance. If he'd been further away from the lip, it would have been a very, very difficult shot. Although the ball was sitting down a little, so that made it difficult. But the upslope allows you to get the elevation. See, not too much spin on the ball because of that lie.
Fantastic seeing the ball spin like that.
I don't know what he's thinking now. Nerves jangling. Robert Carlson on the 10th, a par 5. Nine under par at the moment. Right down the flag, this one. Marvellous shot from Robert Carlson. He might throw himself into the mix. Tap that in, move to 11 under. We have another player.
Good angle to have a shot at this cup. Overborrowed it. Birdie on the card, that coming at the second. The rest pars for Rickie Fowler. Good, neat, tidy start.
Easy wrap up for Rory. Good save. But he'll be unsettled, I think, Ken.
A couple of loose shots, but it was a good up and down from there. Left himself at a sort of 4 or 5 footer. That would have been a real tester. So a good 4.
Edoardo Molinari. He's on a good run at the moment, a couple of birdies. 3 in a row out in 32, Edoardo Molinari. 3 under for his round. And they're alongside the Buisson, 10 under par.
Nice fluffy cotton wool above. Fortunately not chucking it down with rain underneath. Eighth across the corner. 220 odd yards to get over a corner. No problems today. The wind off the right helping a bit.
He's going to have to smart this iron. Fairway unsighted, you could just see the very right edge of it. The rest of it you can't see. You can't see the bunkers down there from here.
Well, I said that's a big carry with those conditions today, and he did strike that.
Wouldn't want to get a miss hit, would you?
He just took it a little bit left, and Francesco Molinari did earlier this week and went out of bounds. Slight miss hit, slightly left, but confident in his ability.
He doesn't miss hit many, Rory. I mean, he hits them offline sometimes a little bit, not a whole heap, but he just doesn't miss hit them.
Really good variety as far as like you get a bunch of it's foreign cities.
Oh, it's just like a melting pot. Just everyone. Yeah, no, it's good. You'll yeah.
225-year-olds chatting about kids that they chat about.
What type of plane they want to buy.
That's what all the young kids chat about. Anyway, as a comparison, the 25 is really the only area in which they're equal, because although Fowler, a very, very good player, not quite in McIlroy's league in terms of achievements so far.
Yeah, 4 players 25 or less in the last 4 groups, which has got to be unusual in the Open. Garcia goes for his birdie. He's seen the line from Eduardo, but he didn't learn anything. I think he could tap it in from 4 inches with his normal grip.
Sometimes with the really long ones, he does go to a normal grip. Shane Lowry at the 18th is right down the line for Lowry. He's got white trousers and green and orange socks. I assume that's for the Irish flag, is it?
That's what's got them on today. That is a good finish.
There's the green and red. Well done. Super round of golf. 10 under par, 65. Well done. Oh, we want one more.
Ninth tee, 196-yard par 3 pin, 20 yards on 5 from the left. So fairly tight. Doesn't look as though he's got a whole heap of club. That looks like something like 7 or an 8. Oh, too aggressive. Quite a steep bank there. Not the easiest chip at all.
Yeah.
McIlroy going with a 7-9 for his second shot to the 8th. Slightly into, mainly off the right. And the whole position tucked over those 2 front right bunkers. 178 yards left.
So softly. Yesterday the pin was on the left side and he could draw an 8-iron into a foot. Very sensible play. Just watch the club face impact as he goes through the ball, delivers it. See how the face doesn't flip it over with his hands, it just drives through naturally. Superb.
Same club for Rickie Fowler, 4 yards closer.
Grimace. All good for distance. They've just tanked it a little bit.
Well, Fowler's probably the easier putt there, in fact.
And Robert Carlson on the 11th. After that eagle on the 10th. That's actually a chance. A couple of eagles today. Eagle the 5th as well. 2 birdies as well, and just 1 drop shot on the 8th. That's it. Stress it again. Only 4 behind. Man who hit the first shot of the Open Championship. And David Howell, eagle attempt. That's going to be a birdie on the 16th.
Playing with Stephen Gallagher, who's 2 under for the day, and David Howell now 4 under for the day.
Oh, this is going to show you a little bit of a trick here. That was a 3-wood or a 5-wood, just placed it back in his stance with a bit of a putting action.
Were you still on tour when this shot became popular, Ken?
No, first time I saw it, Tiger Woods was using it at the US Open one year. Looks interesting, Mo.
It's very interesting. Along the ground is probably the percentage shot, but there are so many swales, the mowers can't get right to the bottom of all the hollows, so the grass is very unevenly cut.
Oh, he's got the hug in the ground. Nearly superb. Just chips over the first bit, and because the head's a little more volume, it puts a bit more impact into it. So less likely to hop around than a putter. Interesting shot, wasn't it? Pretty slow from here, but not too much break. Rickie needs something to happen. Needs a bit of magic. Could this be it? Go on. Nice putt. McIlroy 15, Garcia 12 under, Carlson 11 under, Fowler 11 under. Shane Lowry with that brilliant round of 65 in the clubhouse at 10 under. That's how it stands at the moment.
Well, Garcia hasn't really put a foot wrong yet, and this is crucial to keep that momentum going. This to be out in 3 under, 32.
Oh, well done. Not in the left-hand side, but finds the bottom of the cup. Frank and Peter.
Well, thank you very much, Peter.
That's Ken, actually.
Well, I'm just talking to you, Peter. Out in 32, Sergio Garcia. And Peter, things have changed.
Yeah, they have. As soon as we go away, as soon as we leave them, things start to happen. It's been a rare afternoon for birdies. It's been absolutely a delight to watch. But the home favourite isn't getting too many.
So Garcia, who was in the mix here some 8 years ago, is the man making the biggest challenge. And getting a little help from this guy. So Rory. Still count right now. And we got a real tussle going ahead. Up ahead to 11. The short 4. Oh, yes. Jim Furyk. The old-timer eagle at 5 and back-to-back birdies now, 10 and 11. Dubuisson was out in 33. That's 2 under. And this is a second shot to the par 5. So just trying to roll it in from right to left. He's up anytime. Another foot or two. Would have slipped down the back. Steady. It's good now.
Stephen Gallagher now at the 16th eagle.
Well, we've had a swift 9 holes at 1 hour and 36 minutes. Not bad for the final round of the Open. And Garcia's driving has been immaculate. It's just a joy to watch. Cross breeze from the right, though.
Yeah, crowd are loving it.
Counts as a missed fairway, though.
Rickie Fowler at the par 3 9th hole, 8 iron, 196 yards. Well, Fowler has knocked it close the first 2 holes, and he has not been able to knock it close since. So that's why it's no birdies. And of course, McIlroy a little bit scrappy as well. Could do with hitting a nice shot here, 196 yards. He's also gone with an 8 iron, wind off the right, slightly helping.
Looks okay. Looks very okay. Those 2 holes that he dropped strokes at, or in the middle of the first nine, seemed to get a little bit quick to me. He just was a little eager.
Well, it would seem as though the ship is steadied. He'll owe his dad an enormous debt if he doesn't win this. His father and 1 or 2 friends put bets on years ago that could produce £180,000 in winnings today if young Rory wins. Good work from Molinari at the 10th. Tremendous little run he's on here. He's had 4 birdies in the last 5 holes. Did have a drop shot at the 6th in the middle of that. Getting out in 32, he's 10 under. Tied 5th. Got a very interesting putter there. He's got 7 degrees of loft on that long putter. But by the time he has the forward press with it up the left arm, it comes down to about 2 degrees of loft. It's a putter that we might see being used more often. The manufacturers are trying to persuade people who need longer putters to start using that. He's got 3 par 5s on the back 9, so he won't be panicking just yet. Buisson, I think, is there in 2 on the 10th. Par 5.
That's the eagle attempt. Dubuisson, he's given that a crack. As it races by. Agree with you more, Peter.
Well, it's fascinating. If people could do it just at the drop of a hat, you'd make 100 at Lord's and you'd score 4 goals. You'd do everything. It's not golf sport. It's not like that. Fowler for a birdie. This may go in. He doesn't know why it might go in. It might stop on the edge. He doesn't know why it might do that either. You do what you do, and it happens as it happens. The best ones practice, and they strike it out the middle of the bat more often than not, and things happen. It's very difficult, yet it's very simple.
So, you'll have that to stay at 1 under, but he has gained ground on Rory. Very aware of it. Adam Scott, perfect tee shot. On the upslope. Oh, kicks it close.
Wonderful result. Beautifully played. Got the right amount of zip and check. Now Rory. Time for a putt.
And it's a birdie opportunity for McIlroy. Should go a little left, should go left, should go... Oh, yes, he needed that! Just at the right time for McIlroy. On the 9th hole. Huge applause from everyone.
Looks more like it. You heard the crowd. There's no need to try and battle them. They tell you the whole story. Just when it needed. When he needed it most, he found something. And that putt was travelling. That would have gone 4 or 5 feet past. But it didn't. It went in the hole.
Rickie's job just got a little harder.
4-shot lead again. 4-shot lead. 9 holes to go. There's still some dangerous holes to come. Not least of which in the last 2 or 3.
We saw Dubuisson's eagle attempt. Ball miss just when he was making a move.
Molinari failed to capitalise on his, so they all sort of tread water for a moment.
It was the drive of Garcia. He must have heard the noise back at 9.
Absolutely. In fact, we're nearly in this match all walking with a crick in our necks looking backwards. But Garcia 2-2-8 just in the semi-rough, but these cross breezes are freshening and it makes a lot of the shots into the greens extraordinarily challenging. Slightly helping. He can probably make it with a 4-iron.
It pins in the back right corner.
Good job. Steady. Yeah, that was a glorious iron. Struck the ball majestically this afternoon.
All the way back on the tee. And Phil, this time not the driver.
Well, no, I think with this breeze helping, he would actually go too far. And if you run out of fairway, I mean, it is way down there. You're talking about 340, 350, but if he hit driver, he would go past that with this helping wind. So it's a par 5 that is really reachable.
And this has been the 9 that Rory has taken control of.
Yep, that's good. Oh, special brew.
Well, Rickie Fowler, he started off great, didn't he? He knocked it close to the first, birdied the second, and since then he just has not been able to knock it close to the hole. But this is a good opportunity, this 10th. It's an eagle chance. Hit the fairway here.
They like it at that end. There's a couple of very dangerous bunkers up by the green, which Ken took us round earlier in the week. Big one on the right, you go in there, you can drop a shot very, very quickly. So there we go. Big cheers for Rory.
This after that monstrous putt at the previous hole. Furyk perhaps in a little trouble here. He's sort of using his knees as well through the chip shot. Oh, he's done well. That's the way Tom Watson used to chip. And he shot 68 today.
Well, still the pot is hubbling and bubbling. He's left his second chip. this is going to be expensive. Carlsen was going along so beautifully, but a rather wayward, strong, well, more strong than wayward. And he's going to lose 2 or 3 shots here, put him right back in the pack. See how quickly things can happen. And you never know when they are going to happen. That's why the more you can control your thoughts and your game and play within yourself at times, the better player you are. And the best of that in my lifetime, without doubt, has been Nicklaus. Fifth shot now. Down in 2. Cut your losses. Looks good. Beautiful little shot. There's a couple of shots dropped on this par 4.
Yeah, a chance to cut into the lead. This for Eagle.
Looks good. All the way. His concentration is very deep. He's battling his own demons. On the whole, they've been pretty pleasant demons, but he's had 1 or 2 chances in this championship. Just not been able to do it. Might have a shave tonight if I win this.
Yeah, up ahead at 17. Scotsman. And he's 4 under today. Maybe pop another one in at 18. Having a good Open Championship.
3 birdies in the last 4.
Yeah, both balls are just in really good condition on the upslope. 230 and 228 to the hole downwind. So you're talking something like a 6-iron, 5-iron.
That big bunker on the right, that's the killer. It gathers the ball in from there. It's a par 5, remember, so all is not lost if you take 5, but in trying to force a 3 or a 4 and take 7, it's very easily done. Waiting for the green to clear. Dustin puts and gets a miss. A miss. It doesn't miss. I think he's going to miss on the left, actually, but it's a birdie. 9 under he goes.
So green's cleared.
It is a 5-iron for Rory.
He's tried to launch it. Just caught on a little upslope. Still good though.
May I suggest that's his favourite club in the bag. The 5-iron he struck into the 18th last night was majestic, and so was that one. I think he's back on track. Just went down a side junction for 10 minutes or so. Now Fowler.
Also a 5-iron, just 207 to the front edge, 228 altogether.
Also very good. A little bit nearer, I fancy. 2 excellent shots.
Right next to that green, Sergio waited. So just an iron down here, little plateau down there. And it starts down the right. That's not too bad.
These couple of holes at this end go right into the corner of the property. You get a run along the sort of seashore. You come to the last 3 or 4 holes. A lot of the holes crisscross, so the wind isn't constant. Crosses many holes.
Yeah, par 3, 13th. It doesn't look like there'll be 4 straight 40-plus-year-olds win.
Steady. Okay. Well, the crowd certainly are getting their money's worth so far. Dubuisson at the 11th. 3 putted from not so far. Well, that's a beauty. What a lovely shot. He's been a revelation since he suddenly popped up at the Turkish Open Championship. David held the 18th.
4 under for his round. Trying to loft it over those bunkers. Hit the flag. Just keeping an eye on which way that turn after it went by. It's good to see him get his game all the way back. And Peter, with these new stands, this green completely enclosed this year. Marvellous look.
Yeah, it also shelters it when the wind's blowing. You can be very deceived. I think looks more. They say there's 7,000 or 8,000 people there. I would have looked to me as if there might be a few more than that, but 7,000 or 8,000 around one green is quite a good number. Molinari now. Eduardo Molinari, 10 under. Birdied the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th, and that's if it runs. No, it won't. Nice to see him back in the fray. Little injuries and niggles and one thing and another.
Now this is at 12. Long, long putt for Adam Scott.
He putts very well with his long machine, doesn't he? Looks good with it.
We only have a year more to use it. So McIlroy.
And this one for an eagle should move a little left. Oh, nice effort. Boy, that would have been great after birdie in the last. The 2 birdies in a row.
Just a little more pace. Another foot of speed on that might well have gone in, but a 4 on this very treacherous 10th hole. That's okay.
Rickie Fowler currently at 11 under. It's 3 behind Garcia. That group at 10 under.
Yeah, this eagle really helped. Should move a little right for Fowler.
Well, it did, and he didn't notice it. But nice birdie 4.
Hold up, please. Stand still, please. Stand still, please.
Been a tremendous amount of eagles this afternoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 in the last 5 games.
A good lie for Sergio here on the right of 11. 151 yards to go. The pin is really tucked in on the left, tempting the players. It's in beside a bunker and a steep fall off from the green. He mustn't be seduced by going for that. Anything 15 feet right or so will give him a really good chance of birdie.
You're right, Maureen, if he goes left of this flag. Problems.
Well, I think there was a flash there. There was a photograph taken from somebody.
Make sure it's off, please.
They all look innocent. Not me, sir.
Oh, be good, please, Sergio. Be good. Please, be good. Please, please.
Yeah. Didn't have one of those listening balls. Good line. No strength. Mopayala.
Now the Scotsman Stephen Gallagher. See if he can make one. Oh, turn a little right. Hold your look. Oh.
He's played very well today, Frank. He's had a good week. 70, 72, 70, 68. That's good playing. Heading for Glen Eagles on the Ryder Cup matches. The Glen Eagles Hotel in September. He's pretty certain, I'm sure, to be there with this sort of finish, the way he's been playing.
Well, the next 4 holes are into the wind, so this final group have to start hitting some great shots. Demanding holes, especially 12 and 14 and 13. This 11th here is under 400 yards, but still testy into the breeze. McIlroy first up.
If you can get it on the plateau, then it won't be a blind second shot. And just 5 or 6 yards short of it, so that'll be a semi-blind.
Up to the 18th, David Howell finishing off. Just to go to 9 under for the championship. Just went away there, but that's good. Good week. The equivalent of 4 70s. Pretty good playing.
Rickie Fowler. This is where his shot-making ability is going to help him the next 4 holes.
They both find the fairway, but the beauty of this par 4 is that little ridge just in front of them, which protects the look of the flag.
Looking at the scoring, she says these 4 holes, 11, 12, 13 and 14, there's been a lot of shots dropped over these stretcher holes. A few birdies, but more drop shots than birdies.
Ryan Moore, see if he can pitch it close. Blade tucked on the left.
Looks close, looks very close. Is that close enough for you, Frankie?
That'll do.
That'll do. Eagle. Leishman, the 16th with the tide out. He's at the 15th, I was told the 16th. Don't write in, Charlie. Beautiful shot.
Well, some of these putts are really difficult to read. I don't see much in this, but if you're going to hold me to account for it, I'd say it's got to move a little from his left.
He really thought the second shot was going to be close. That's a very wide effort. Big swing. Look at this. Well, I thought that was at least a foot too wide. He nearly held it. Great effort.
Once again in the hunt with 9 to go. Or should I say on the back 9. So many times over the last 10 years he's been in this situation, chasing. Dustin Johnson hasn't advanced his score all day.
We saw from the thicky stuff. May not be too bad. What's it like, Scott?
It's quite wispy, but he's only got 153. It is into the breeze, which is, well, it's still there, and the temperature's dropped a little bit. This is a tight left pin. He's pin high left, pin high middle of the green here. He'll be happy with this.
Chasing on. That's fine shot.
A blind second shot for Rickie Fowler.
Yes, holding on the edge. Rory, same sort of shot up over the bank. Oh, yeah, you're both exactly the same.
Oh, that's right, rolled right up against the corner of that rough.
Just makes the pars, getting the par, a little bit more difficult. Just missed the green. Sergio on the 12th tee. 447 yards, good par four, some good strong par fours in the inward 9 here at Hoylake.
Ideally, if he can aim it at the first bunker and turn it left off that, that would be key. Fairway slopes a little left to right as well. You can see that's what's making the tee shot that much harder. There's the 3 bunkers in the distance. So left to right into. So a low draw. Just got a little tail to it. I'll try to take it over the corner of the dog leg.
There's no surprise that Rory got the putter out. Tried to chip it, might have been a little problem, but using the putter from this lie. And there's only a little slope to go over, so shouldn't be much trouble. It's going to break to the right once it gets on the green.
Did that go right up against the collar, Phil?
A little bit, but it's all right with the putter.
Rickie will have seen that and might think, well, I'll give mine a bit more.
Dubuisson with a pretty good chance here down the hill.
dropped a shot at the opening hole, Victor, and then well, had an eagle and one birdie. The rest pars. Well, pretty steady. Well, he's 10 under. We're very much in the frame for a good prize. Back to Fowler.
It's going to help a little bit to seeing the pace and the direction of McIlroy's putt, because this is really similar for Fowler here on 11. So birdie.
Getting closer, not hard enough. Good shot there. Safe par. McIlroy left with one of those very nasty sort of length putts for a par. 7 or 8 feet.
Meanwhile, Graham McDowell. Beautiful birdie too. And when he finishes, he'll hang around with his good friend as well to see the final outcome.
Well, we're seeing that there's quite a little movement going right on this one. Pass even putt for McIlroy.
What a lovely, confident, smooth stroke that was. No hesitation. Confident.
These two play quick too, Peter, which is good.
Very refreshing. Wonderful how the cameramen scamper about. Nearly 200 cameras here, I'm told. 190 or I don't know. They all come from all over the world. Tremendous interest in the Far East. Golf, men and women's golf.
Up ahead, par 5, 16th. Australian Mark Leishman. Oh, very nearly makes eagle. But
does he ply his trade all the time pretty well in the United States?
Yeah, he does, Peter.
Does he do okay?
Yeah, he won Rookie of the Year. I think it's about 4 years ago. Got very close at Augusta. When Schwartzel won. Obviously, the Aussies have done well at Augusta since. But yeah, turned himself into a very solid player.
Well, a chance of a little bit of a flying lie for Garcia here. A few strands, stalks lying behind the ball. 175 yards to go, and we're playing much more into the normal prevailing wind here, into and slightly off the left. This is a 6-iron. Left half of the green here is good, but you've always got a club up at this hole.
You see the best he's ever done on a Sunday, 69. He's well ahead of that pace right now.
What's that? One left. I mean, if it comes out normal, right? Yeah. And we get 58 to the front, we're giving it 20. That would most probably best. I haven't done 45.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hit it hard though.
You didn't hit it. It's like you say, if it comes out normal, this is better club.
Okay.
And that's the voice of his caddy, Neil Wallace. He's given him all the information. But Mooring, this is a key shot coming up right now.
It certainly is. It's been so interesting here because we're at a section of the course now where Garcia literally can see the shots that Rory is playing. And it's almost like they're in the same group sometimes.
Sit, sit, 4!
Clarke that might have bounced towards the green. Oh, look at that.
Oh, lucky, lucky, lucky Jim. And I don't think it touched anybody, which is even luckier. And he did shout with reason. That was 30, 40 yards offline. So without the grandstand there, that might have been in Timbuktu. It could have been in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, we're watching back here at the tee. We could hear moans and groans. Didn't really know what was happening, but obviously I could because I could hear it in my ear. But McIlroy doesn't know. You need a good tee shot here, into the wind. Testy second. Wow, this next 45 minutes, these guys have to hit some great shots. It's so difficult now into this wind. It's getting cooler.
I was talking to it and listened. That's as good as a tee shot we've seen down 12 all day. Just the way in which he comes into the ball, just hips, releases, letting go, and you can see that there's no steering there, there's no hint of control. It's just a full-blooded hit.
Fowler. Yes, off the fairway, but okay. This is the final pair. McIlroy still in control of things at the moment. Here he is after a splendid tee shot. The next 2 or 3 holes are very crucial because they're very difficult.
And we saw the chip of Mark Leishman. So 11 under, that puts him in 4th place at the moment.
Garcia's chip having come in off the grandstand, and he's played a bit nice. Very nice shot.
Another major winner, Charles Schwartzel. Beautiful tee shot to get it this close. Twos at par 3 is always good.
McIlroy 17 under, Garcia 14 under. A little bit of work to do to make his par on the 12th. Rickie Fowler 5 behind. Mark Leishman finishing very strongly. And there's a par 5 18th to come. Brilliant 65 from Shane Lowry. What a move he's made. Jim Furyk going well. He was 4th here back in 2006, equaling his best Open result. 3 times he's finished 4th or tied 4th. What a shame for Robert Carlson with that double bogey at the 12th. A real kick in the teeth when he was going so well. Dustin Johnson done nothing so far.
I love these long, free, swinging putt backs with a beautiful stroke. He's got that. Sweet as a nut. Now Garcia to hold his position. Yes, he does. Rather fortunate. A very wild second, clattered into the grandstand. Didn't hit anybody, but that might do now. And then ricocheted out, got down at 2. He's holding his position 3 shots behind McIlroy. I don't know how much of that is genuine affection for Garcia or the local brew taking effect.
How about this 4-iron required for Rickie Fowler, second to the 12th?
Fowler on its way, and I'm on the way out of here because Ken Brown's back, and Mr. Cotter, and Cotter there, and Brown are here. Can James be far away?
Yeah, I was playing it more like straight in. I need a little more on the left.
What a final day we have. What a contest. McIlroy starting the race, 6 clear, 3 now ahead of Sergio Garcia. Rickie Fowler not too far adrift, but ideal tee shot here.
Okay, quiet please, guys.
For Rory McIlroy, and JP just doing his work, silencing the crowd.
Tough run of holes, 11, which he's got through 12, 13 and 14, toughest Phil.
Why it is, but after a tee shot like that, just a 7-iron, was into the wind, difficult hole position to get close over that left side.
Nicely done, right into the heart of the putting surface. Superb shot. Can't afford to drag it left in your second here. Horrible dell full of long grass. There we are, wandering up the 12th. Gives you an idea of the dog leg. It's quite a hard dog leg from right to left. A sloping fairway. Second shot you pull out the hill to tabletop green. Swinging well, swinging really nicely. Just played that back a little bit, just to try and drill it forward. It did sort of climb a little higher than probably anticipated, but well controlled.
Victor Dubuisson back on 9 under. Back on 10 under at the moment. This one, 9 under now. Well, distant hopes for him anyway, but he's been stalling for a while now. Pars for the last 7 holes and then a bogey. Slipping away. But the atmosphere is really lifting here at Royal Liverpool at Hoylake. You can hear the noise, all of their favourites. Dustin Johnson now. Curtailed follow through. Whoa. Just a little bit cooler out there. And there you see the 12th green behind and the 13th tee here, and vast crowds.
Well, it's a great advantage to Garcia to go second this time, because Johnson has hit 6-iron and come up well short of the green. 183 yards. Sergio looks as if he's going to flight down his iron. 7-iron this is. It's got a big hit into this wind.
And even later on that one, a bit steep. Another big break. But a big break on the first. There's a deep pot down there, and he's just okay.
Tangly old stuff for Fowler. Got to hold the club firm on those, I always think. Push through the grass. Go on, go on. Rolling up. Not too bad.
Adam Scott. Let's see what he can do. He left himself a lot to do after his second round. Oh, there's another one in. Third in the 14th, 3 in the last 5 holes, 10 under par. Tie for 5th at the moment.
McIlroy for birdie at 14.
Precious, gives himself just a little bit more of a cushion. It's a good par. Another one down, another hole closer.
He seems to have settled down, playing on instinct now, not doing too much thinking, just letting the swing work. Well, just needed hitting, but you give it a bit more and suddenly it's 3 foot past, and don't want to do that.
You know, this hole is a great example of why McIlroy's doing so well. He took more off on the tee. He challenged the tee shot, made it so much easier, where Rickie Fowler played it safe, had too much to do, so he's struggling to make par. This is the safe par.
Needs it, has it. Fowler hanging in there. Good up and down from the side of the 12th, down in that rough. 5 behind, and still fighting.
Well, both players underestimating the strength of this wind. Straightforward chip for Johnson, very well executed.
Making it look simple, and a similar sort of shot for Garcia. Maybe just a little tougher, a little more downhill, but first Furyk.
That's 2 for Furyk. So he's sweeping up the birdies as well, 3 in his last 6.
Interesting he's chipping this. I immediately saw it as being a putt for Garcia because he's used the blade so well.
Holloway will just see him release his right hand over it. He's trying to get it to run up a little slope. It's a splendid looking card. I see 3 birdies, 1 eagle, all the rest pars. But hole's starting to run out. A couple of good breaks. 12 out the grandstand, 13 avoiding that little trap. Still got a chance.
It's getting noisy out there. Dustin Johnson in for par. Playing for places in the top 10 now. So they move clear, and the final pairing of Rory McIlroy and Rickie Fowler. And it's McIlroy, 6 holes to play, 3 shots clear.
The crowd is starting to get really rowdy everywhere these players are going now. It's realizing they're getting close to the end. Every shot counts. McIlroy going the 6-iron into the wind, 183 yards.
It's quite a risky pin to chase. For the fat of the green. Oh my goodness, my goodness. Now some of that is very thick over there, particularly that wide. I don't know what he's trying to do there. It just looked like it was trying to hit a high soft draw, which is a cavalier shot at the best of times.
It's wide and short as well.
Well, guys, he's going to have to give himself a talking to after that. That's the worst shot I've seen him hit all week. But at least he didn't short-side himself. Plenty of green to work with. And now Rickie Fowler, 6-iron also.
Well, Phil, taking the positives out of that, which I suppose you have to do. Rickie Fowler, does he see an opening? Can he make something of it? Put the pressure on. Nope, it's way short.
I thought plenty of club as well, both hitting 6-irons there. Garcia managed to clatter a 7-iron there, but this is Well, there's still the spring in the step, but some jangling in the nerves in there as well.
Yes, there's different wind direction for these holes. Basically into them on 12, 13, 14 before they turn the corner at 15. Only Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus have won more than 2 majors by the age of 25. Oh my goodness, that's a really rarefied atmosphere.
Par 3, 15th, Adam Scott. The left to right breeze in this one, a twirl of the club from Scott.
Leishman on 17, this for his par, and nicely done. Stays at 11 under, the par 5, 18th to come. He needs eagle.
Looking at the flags, I think, to see where the breeze is coming from, or maybe some noise. That time of day, people have had a nice lunch and a noise or wind, Mark Mooring?
Sorry, Ken, I didn't hear that.
I just wondered whether Garcia was stopping for noise or looking to see where the breeze was coming from.
Well, I'll tell you what's happening. I think it's the 5th green that is adjacent, and the galleries are just streaming over the green, walking through the bunkers, and there's a heck of a noise going on. It's disgraceful.
th, the hardest hole on the back 9.
Divot with that 3-wood, oh goodness. Firing it low, left to right, and in perfect position.
McIlroy just about to hit it, then we had the applause from Garcia's decent lie. He got so lucky, 2 feet short, he was almost dead. Green to work with.
Be careful here. Oh, it's all right. Fortunate. Not doing too much wrong, that I'm trickling down the slope. Looking at the scoreboard, the RNA's electronic scoreboards.
Ken, does he wear a glove normally for long shots?
Usually, yeah.
Oh, it's a strange shot to take it off on. I mean, 30-yard sort of pitch. The Fowler. Beautifully played. The standard of chipping is almost beyond belief in this field. Absolutely amazing.
Well, there's nothing like the seaside turf, is there? It's such a predictable bounce when you're chipping.
You're right, Ken, and even among seaside courses, this turf is particularly good.
Adam Scott's chance to get to 11 under. No, too little, too late for Adam Scott. He's not going to get back there. Par 3 in the 15th to stay at 10. It's getting very, very animated out there. The crowd are getting into it, to say the least. And all that's bearing down on you. The tension for McIlroy back at the 13th. We'll go to Ryan Moore on the final hole.
What a great week it's been for Ryan Moore. This would take him to 10 under. Nice little finish. He finished 3, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 68.
Well, Rory trying to save par. A lackluster chip. No, it's a bit of a dribbler again. The lead is down to 2 shots.
Still got those couple of par 5s, 16 and 18, in good shape. super up and down for Rickie Fowler, keeping himself in there 12 under. Who's got the nerve, who's got the game, who gets the bit of luck just at the right moment. But Garcia's had a couple of really nice bits of fortune there at 14. Sorry, at 12 and 13. So he's kept himself in there.
Everybody wants a bit of McIlroy as he eases his way through the corridor of spectators, but too short lead. 5 holes to go. He is staggering towards the finishing line. Still in front, but a real fight in his hands now. Garcia on the hole ahead, hot on his heels.
Well, this hole has the very same shape as the 12th, and he came off his approach shot there and left it miles right into the grandstand. He's got 172 yards up the hill into an ever-freshening breeze and a 7-iron. Needs to strike this really well.
It went away with a beautiful fizz. Yeah, they've underclubbed a few times the last 3 or 4 holes as soon as they turned into the wind after the 10th. Both the last 2 groups have struggled to get to the, well, to even get to the front of the green, let alone the pin.
I'd rather do that than grab the 6-iron.
So he'd rather be a little short and too far. So there you're chipping up the slope of the green.
Leishman second to the 18th.
Well, a 3 would make him 13 under. He's going to have a chance, you know. He's going to have a chance, Mark Leishman. They'll be enjoying this down under.
Well, it's a 9 for Dustin Johnson, but I feel he could do well with a wee 8.
Beautifully presented, the course, absolutely stunning. I mean, congratulations to everyone who's been involved in it. It's been a delight to be out here this week.
Yeah, Craig Gilholm heads the team. He was in charge here in 2006 as well. Very different look to things, but wonderful test. Now Fowler, tee shot on the 14th, and off it goes. It's wild, wild. The battle really between not Fowler and McIlroy, but Garcia and McIlroy. He's trying to keep in there, but the American a long way back.
You know, you just can't lay too far back with the tee shot here at 14 because second shot uphill directly into the wind. So you have to sort of get close to the bunkers.
Isn't that a wonderful shot, Mark?
Absolutely beautiful. It was just pure, nice draw. He's had his problems, but still playing decent golf. Bad shots have cost him today. That's the difference.
2 ahead, 5 to play. If he'd have given himself that at the start of the week, he's still in great shape, but this 14th now the hardest hole. It's only given away 6 birdies and plenty of bogeys, 16 of those. He's put himself in a prime spot.
No one said winning majors was easy, even though he has in his previous 2 made it look that way. And today it's harder graft. A big chance for Leishman on the 18th. Oh, and how close it was, how close. Still going to be a 65 with a birdie to finish. 12 under par. He'll set the target. The target I'm sure will be passed, but What a wonderful finish for the Australian. Seven birdies in total. Now alongside Rickie Fowler, just 4 behind McIlroy. What a wonderful Open Championship.
Looks like Jimmy Walker. This is for a birdie at 18. This for a round of 73, I believe. And a disappointing last round for Jimmy Walker. Certain for the Ryder Cup team in September, this guy. Ooh, yeah, 14, that's a good.
Tops the FedEx Cup points in the United States, having a superb season. So we'll see him up at Glen Eagles.
So there it is, 6 clear at the start of the day. McIlroy was ahead of Rickie Fowler, but now 2 in front of Sergio Garcia. Now McIlroy, we did not think we were going to have this close a battle coming into the final round, but it really has been a wonderful final day's golf. Good rounds in, good scoring from all those players, from Molinari, Francesco, David Howell, Stephen Gallagher. Lots of sub-70 scores.
Garcia up the hill at 14. He's hit a very solid. Oh, my goodness. That was a beautiful putt. Gave it a chance. Pretty slow up there. It looks like he's calmed down. About 3 hours ago, he had an excess of adrenaline. He was jumping around like a nutcase, to be honest. A couple of good breaks. He's got over that, so he's probably more dangerous now to Rory.
Quickly to Dustin Johnson. There goes Johnson, remaining 10 under.
Nice and still, Sergio. Well done. The 4 at the 14th is an excellent score today. That pin tucked on the left side, giving away very few birdies. Now he's moving to the scoring section. 15, 16 and 18, very much birdie opportunities. And he's going to have to make some, that's for certain. He needs to play the last 4 holes in, at worst, 2 under.
7-9 left for McIlroy, 2nd to 14.
Just trying to punch it in there. Does the lean work? Okay. Fairways and greens.
I think he can smell it now a little bit, Rory. He knows it's going to be hard, but only 5 holes.
Molinari on 15, looking for birdie to move out of the pack on -10.
A bit of a jam there. Shane Lowry, Charles Schwartzel, Adam Scott, Dustin Johnson all in 10 under alongside Eduardo Molinari.
Nice to see him back and nice to see him playing so well in a major championship.
Debuisson is slipping ever further away, back to 8 under par.
Wiley Jim Furyk for birdie on 16. This to go to 12 under. He can find something in the last 2 holes. He could set a target. Leishman in the clubhouse at 12. Furyk now 12. Garcia 14. Fowler 12. McIlroy 16.
Fowler's 3rd then after running trouble right off the tee. Oh, that'll hop. That will do nicely. Beautiful shot from Fowler, chance to save par. Well, he needs Needs more than that now.
Wedge out. He deserved a kick.
Forward adrift.
Well, no, I knew everything up there. There was that fringe and everything was
losing
down
Father
the right.
Christmas, you know. Looks so young, doesn't he?
For our younger viewers, there is Father Christmas. Don't listen to Uncle Ken.
I wonder if any last group in the Open has had a under 50 years between the two of them. They're exactly 50.
Well, this is arguably the easiest of the par threes. It's only a wedge for Sergio, and with 2 par fives to come, if he wants to lift this title, it's time he put the afterburners on.
The pin on the 15th is 19.6 left. Wind is off the left, doesn't make this very easy to get at. You don't want to miss the pin on the left, and those left traps very tricky from there. When he waggles, the club goes so close to the ball. Sounded funny, that one. I don't know whether it was just the effects mic.
I don't know. The divot was up to the ball, so he didn't duff it, but it's a poor old shot, wasn't it, from that range?
McIlroy's hoping for a good one here. This for a birdie at 14.
That wasn't very miles away at all. Part of the 14th, never a bad thing. And that drop shot in the 13th, very, very welcome indeed. One more in the bag.
Par's in, and who's going to catch him?
So you need a good man alongside you, a good caddy, just to been there, done it before, and chat and try and feel normal when everything is anything but. Now Fowler to stay at 12. Very, very good putt. And again, still just an outside chance, but 4 holes to go, 4 behind.
About Sergio, has he got a stance for that bunker shot? And he just trickled into the bunker. He'll be racing down there to have a look at it.
I love this when McIlroy's walking up and looking down at the green, seeing the group in front, and he'll see Sergio in the light blue shirt go into the sand, and that will help his spirits no end. Decent weight on that tee.
It's a good lie in the bunker for Garcia, and he can get in comfortably.
Well, has that ended Sergio Garcia's challenge? That was pretty much inexcusable. Just to hit it nowhere near hard enough. It's uphill past the hole. Very, very poor shot. Okay, there's 4 feet, but the ball was not on a flat bit. There's a slight upslope. He should have made a better fist of it than that. Simple.
And you can sort of duff it out of these bunkers, and it hits the downslope and scoots forward. Rory will be interested in where this goes. It looks like a 4 on a drop stroke.
All the while, McIlroy watches. Sands of Sergio. I mean, didn't look that tricky, Mark.
It wasn't that tricky. It only just reached the face of the bunker. It didn't even hit it on the way up, did it? It was coming down when it hit the face. Well, he's had a couple of good breaks, Sergio, so he certainly can't complain. But has that given McIlroy a lot of heart? I think it will have.
Well done, Adam Scott. Second birdie of the day, 11 under.
Dustin Johnson hasn't really been able to get anything going today. Just struggled with his game, trying to find the greens from the rough too often, but this is a good birdie chance. Not a great deal of movement in this one at all.
Right in the middle of the hole for Dustin Johnson. His day's picking up, 3 birdies on the back nine. Now he's at 11 under, 2 par 5s, and he does have the power to reach them. But he may need to go 3-4-3, a couple of eagles, or certainly 2 3s and a 4 in the last 3 holes.
Well, just this for Sergio Garcia, but it is for a 4. It's in the costly on the shortest hole on the course. Garcia slips back to 3 behind.
At the start of the day, he needed a flawless round. Well, that's his first mistake he's made. Or
it's still a bit to wait because it's a long walk back almost on the edge of the hole to get to the 16th tee, so lots of clutter to clear away and think about things.
understandably looks a little dry-throated.
Let's go to his fellow Ulsterman. Eagle putt on the last. Yes. It'll be for a top 10 finish for Graham McDowell. It wasn't going to be his day. What a finish that is. Birdie, birdie, birdie. Eagle for a 67.
And he'll get him a few handy Ryder Cup points as well. Well done.
Again, just shows you what can be done in those final few holes.
Rickie Fowler with a 9-iron. Wind helping off the left.
Well, it's a decent shot, but these two have not hit many shots close to the hole in this round. Fowler 2 under for the day, McIlroy level.
If it's the same club for McIlroy, you have to try and hold it into this breeze off that left side.
Very good from McIlroy, especially after watching all the frolics of Garcia up ahead to the heart of the green.
And he will take a 3-shot lead into the last 3 holes, unless something very odd happens, at least.
Justin Rose, 18th. Birdie chance. Oh, so Adam 33 was making a run at it. Birdie the 10th, but eventually coming back in 39 for a level par 72. 5 under. And well appreciated. Look at his crowd. 5, 5, 5, 12, 13, 14. Put a few players out today, those holes.
It just looks a little bit better for Rory McIlroy now. The holes are running out and the lead stretches, courtesy of that drop shot after problems in the bunker for Sergio Garcia at the 15th. Mark Leishman in with that 65, counting his cash, but Rickie Fowler, Jim Furyk, a little bit too far behind.
Well, downwind at the par 5, 577 yards, 16th. Dustin Johnson's got the driver out. He can really reduce this hole to nothing if he gets hold of this.
Mercy. Left of that. Down, 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 down. Down, down. There it is. Oof. Mighty. Yeah, I caught that.
Well, time for Garcia to regroup and just put that debacle at 15 behind him. Can still pick up a few shots in these last 3 holes.
Must find the fairway.
Well, Sergio's hit that almost 300 yards, but Johnson's about 50, 60 yards past him, which is incredible because Sergio is not short, to say the least. Now Fowler for birdie. Well done. He moves to 13. They're queuing up. But Rory still has the lead, and he has a putt to go 4 ahead.
I would say this would be good timing for Rory to roll in a birdie putt, although the 16th is coming up. It's a par 5 downwind, which is his forte, so excited to see what he does off the tee there. But if he was to roll this one in, it would certainly relax him a little bit more for that tee shot.
What a bad effort. It's a par. It's another step. Leads by 3. 3 holes to play.
And to be fair, 16 and 18, a couple of very easy holes to make pars on if you're just playing for pars.
Yeah, the others have got to make a move towards him, haven't they, Ken? Otherwise it is a simple task. Bernard Gallagher there, middle screen, just gone out of your picture left. Doing an excellent service for 5 live.
Good to see him fighting fit again after his health problems last year.
Very much so, yeah. It's a Farrell walk to this 16th tee. A big cheer when you walk onto the tee in this situation. Spurring him on there. They can taste victory for him. And who knows, he's getting closer and closer.
Well, that's saying there, no photography on championship days. Well, good luck with that.
Charles Schwartzel has found the 18th green. This would be a huge cheer if this goes in. This is for an eagle. It's got a chance. Oh, unlucky. Been a good week for Charles. 67 if he nudges that one in. 71, 67, 72.
Bit of a wait on the 16th tee because group ahead, Garcia and Dustin Johnson, they'll be waiting for the green as well. Very good tee shots from both of them, but drivers, of course, for McIlroy and Fowler. Downwind today can get a long, long way up there. To the 18th and Darren Clarke. What a great day today. tries to get back where he started. Started the day 5 under par. And it's been a costly day on the links for Darren Clarke. 73. We're just inside the top 30 come the end of the day. Sure, he'll wait around to see if Rory McIlroy can do what he did 3 years ago.
Schwartzel's second putt, no problems here. Nice little shorty for birdie, and around a 67 for Charles Schwartzel. Finishes -11. And he's currently in 6th place.
Adam Scott with a chance to get to 12. He has putted well today. 7 birdies in total. A blemish of a double bogey in the 7th. There's going to be another high place finish in the Open Championship. See the group ahead up on the fairway, so the wait goes on.
It's all got a bit congested all of a sudden. I don't know why, apart from the fact there's a couple of par 5s which are very reachable today. Maureen, what's happening there?
Well, it's 244 to the flag, just over 220 to the front edge of the green, downwind, and this is a 6-iron for Garcia.
He needs an eagle. That's a good shot. He's got a chance. Fine play from Garcia. Can he hold the putt?
I'd be surprised if Dustin Johnson's got more than a wedge in this par 5.
He's giving it a bubber, isn't he? Saw the huge drive he hit at Augusta. 34 yards. This can't be much, Mo.
No, I mean, he's just tonked that tee shot out there 366 yards, as you do. 210 to go. It looks like a wedge from here. I haven't had a signal, but that's what it looks like.
That's errant from that distance. But the fairway clears. Ready for the final group.
Well, you can see the advantage a nice tee shot will give you here at 16, so Rickie Fowler, that's exactly what he needs to do. Must hit this fairway. Eagle chances.
Is he going to get a nice bounce?
Well, that shot of Rickie Fowler's just drifted a little bit to the right, missed the fairway on that right side. I thought the wind was dead downwind, but it's actually coming slightly from the left and down. I think McIlroy might hit this a long way. Just got a feeling.
Well, he doesn't need to. He can get there with a couple of 2-irons probably, but. There it is. That's absolutely majestic. Superbly struck. Almost a certain birdie, someone crying out, but fortunately Rory had already struck his drive. No problems for him, those striding out. And that was a gem. Almost got a certain birdie.
Yeah, it's one now.
been one of the best final days I've seen for a few years, Ken.
It's been a superb week, but as you say, oh, he goes.
Come with us. What's been so good, when we started off, we thought he'd run away with things. Although, I think we're going to have somebody ejected. Happens very rarely. Anyway, we thought it might be a runaway. It hasn't. There's been so many people who played so well. And Rory's working very hard at the moment. And he's still got much work to do. Jim Furyk now at the last. No. True, that corner of that little front bunker, nasty spot.
Well, we've got a bit of drama here on the 16th because Sergio Garcia has gone under the ropes and into the gallery on the right-hand side after a bloke in the crowd who has been heckling him. So at the moment, Dustin Johnson is up playing his chip shot. Garcia's caddy is on the green and there is no sign of Garcia.
Don't believe it.
Seconds out, round 4.
Oh my goodness, that's how to lose your concentration.
He's lost his caddy. Didn't that young fella Cantona do a similar thing? Didn't he leave the pitch and enter the arena of spectators or something, or vice versa? Well, he's lost. He's looking round, hopefully for Sergio, who's not inside. Oh, there he comes.
Well, he's entered the arena now, and what we'll have to find out is whether that was just a very urgent pit stop, but he did request a marshal to accompany him. So there have been some fairly raucous cries out from the gallery at not very good opportune times for Garcia. So I wonder, was he sorting that out?
It's very unusual. I mean, unless there's only some anti-Spanish people here, I don't understand why that would be.
Maybe it's just gone for a call of nature.
Call of nature. Well, it's something we're not familiar with in our fuddy-duddy old world.
Right, Jim, this for 14 under.
Not bad. What a good effort. Well, everything's done very well this week. The weather alert was, well, that worked out all right. Everything's gone well. There's still an hour to go, at least, before we know the winner.
Well, it seems that all is well in the Garcia world. No problems. I think it was an urgent pit stop on 16. But he's got a great chance now here. If he really has to hold this if he wants to lift this title. There is no point in being short here. I've seldom seen the putting surfaces at an Open Championship so good late on a Sunday. There's no borrow in this one that I can see.
Ran absolutely dead straight. He aimed it down the right side and it stayed precisely there.
Hacking out down the fairway. Garcia gets within 2. 14 under McIlroy's 16.
Up to the 18th. Jim Furyk just replacing his ball. Is that a good round, Jim? Out in 33. All pars, 1 eagle, then started home birdie. Had 4 birdies on the homeward run. 65 blows. Well done, sir. Excellent stuff. Robert Carlson, 69.
Tied for third would be his best ever Open finish, so well done.
Dustin Johnson for a birdie, and he also rolls one in.
Heart of the green, Rory. Swing down so softly, but on the front right of the putting surface. Okay. Didn't release at all. It was coming from such a height. It sort of hang in the air like a condor and just drop down like a stone.
Adam Scott, anxious, over the corner, onto the green, running up. Might be a little strong. Good shot too. 10 yards too far.
Well, I must say, Dustin Johnson has really come to light in this back nine. Another lovely birdie on 16. Now, placement, everything here. 17th, the last difficult hole remaining on the course.
Groans. Hello, what on earth? Hello, where did that come from? That was an absolute stinker. Never, that was amazing, wasn't it? What do you make of that, young Ken?
I don't know where that came from after his last tee shot.
Well.
Well, the favourite 3-wood is out for Garcia. Doesn't help matters of watching Dustin's tee shot. I don't know where that one came from. His hand was virtually off the club before he made contact. Sergio's focus has been very good today. Bunker left, bunker right. Needs to split the fairway.
Drilled down on that one, squirted it away. Very nicely placed.
Rickie's third to the 16th, Rickie Fowler. Just a clip away, not too much spin, it'll release and then grab. Oh, beautiful done. He's hit some lovely pitches this week. You can't see from your screen left. That ball just goes 2 or 3 yards right at the finish into the hollow. Quite a scene, that, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I've never seen a grandstand like that as we drift back to McIlroy. 2 putts will be fine. 2 putts would be fine. 1 putt would be very sweet. But 2 putts would be very neat. Beautifully done. You can almost feel the tension beginning to ease a little bit. There's still a couple of holes to go, but one feels the breathing is getting a little easier amongst the spectators, certainly the family. You tend to forget he's only 25, like the racing drivers in mid-20s, late 20s. It's a skill given to very few.
Under for Rickie, just to get to 14, tie Sergio Garcia. McIlroy 17, so he feels this, if he's going to have any chance, he's got to find the bottom of the cup.
He certainly believes in lining up the logo or the whatever it is he's marked on the ball to start rolling towards the hole, the line he wants the ball to travel. And he did it very well. That was some form.
Still got a sniff.
Bumps it up, down at 2 for a 66. Nicely played, that putt for 66.
Sergio gathering himself together. Perfect angle to the flag. The flag in a very awkward spot just up the little tail.
Well, I'm just looking to see if Dustin Johnson has played. In fact, he hasn't, and that's why Sergio is waiting. Johnson hit an extraordinary tee shot there. It ricocheted off the stand that is at the back of the third green and got a bounce about 40-50 yards forward onto a very nicely trampled area by the galleries, and now he's got the perfect line in, and he's just straining to look over the tops of the people's heads to see if it's his shot, which indeed it is.
Perilously closely out of bounds.
They're very close. They're going to whiz past the edge of the camera tower. That was a low rising raker. Oh. Oh boy.
There's how it stands. 2 holes left to play. One is, well, if you're making a 5 at the 18th, is a very simple par 5.
But first, Sergio.
Well, I've just seen Sergio's dad prowling around outside the ropes, carrying him his customary golf club. Of course, Victor's been his only teacher. Well, the nerves will be rattling now. 218 yards for Sergio into the breeze, but a great angle to the flag.
Set off on line. Oh, yes, it certainly did. Hello, hello. Well, now that's a sweet little shot.
Just didn't quite get up the top of the little tier, but that was a gem. That really is a gem of a shot. Nearly majestic, but superbly played. Come on, Sergio, dig in.
Adam Scott at the final hole. Nicely done, 66. One little hiccup. Apart from that beautiful round.
Oh, that is some card, isn't it?
Seventeenth hole into the breeze today, a demanding hole, demanding tee shot for Rickie Fowler.
All tramping that rough this week, so looks like he's found a decent lie, Rickie.
Well, a bit of safety involved here for McIlroy. You can't blame him. All week he's had fantastic tactics off the tee. He's been a little more aggressive than most players and made it easier to go into the greens. That's why he's leading. And because of that lead, he doesn't have to be aggressive anymore.
Well, 460 yards, all but 2. There's 17, so there's no driving the flick. But they seem to like it. This tells us it's straight. And it is. He could have done with a bit of a hop and a skip there, but nicely placed.
Struck such a lot of lovely, sweet long irons. Drawn and driven through the breeze.
Well, he set off with a good lead, and we tend to forget how difficult it is to win anything. I mean, this is the oldest, and arguably the greatest championship in world golf. We should go for 7 if we win. That's what they'd be talking about. I doubt it, though. They're all scuttling about. Been a good week. About 200,000 plus have come along. Not set any records, but it's been a joyous week. Even the hiccup yesterday with the rain didn't dull the spirits or affect the course badly.
Johnson hacking up the things up the little terrace. Dashing up there, doesn't run back too far. Aston Johnson. Quite a scene. A tented village to the right, some hospitality over there. Hospitality everywhere you look these days, Peter.
Absolutely. It's not cheap, but it's a good day out. If you get here at sort of the place starts up at 6 in the morning the first 2 days, but you get here from it's really a 12-hour viewing day. Something to do, something to see.
Well, this is a moment, because if he can get a 3 here and a sneaker 3 at the last, he would certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons. Up the little ledge. Not a particularly difficult one to read, because he's going almost straight up the bluff. And it's uphill. You must give it a chance.
Slightly edgy one there, Ken. Understandable. Putting's not his strongest suit. He's held some nice putts this week.
There's an opportunity, though, after such a wonderful approach. Ball's good, but I think perhaps needed a bit more. Or a bit less.
I'm amazed how confident and quiet and relaxed McIlroy is. He must be churning a bit inside, but he doesn't show it. Johnson for a par. A very adventurous par, should this disappear. No.
Stands full, people scurrying to the 18th. They want to say that they were there. They saw it when Rory marched up the last.
Just birdied the last 2 holes, but he's going to drop a shot here. Two under for the day. 11 under for the championship.
Really does have to find a dance floor here. All around this green is some really thick, verdant, vengeful rough.
Yeah, 207 yards to the front edge. 241 altogether.
Big hit, Peter.
4-iron, 3-iron, 4-iron.
Yeah,
Nothing to do with a bit of wind.
Probably the 3, I would have thought.
Yeah, it looks like it's a long club. Probably the same he hit off the tee.
Watch the swing, watch the posture, watch how he views the shot. A little bit anxious, may just catch the edge of the green. Yeah, wide of the green, not good, but not too bad. It's something he's got a clear shot in, but that was a little bit edgy.
And he won't know that's not in the thick stuff. That's what he's worried about, because that is a horrible spot over there, but he's okay.
He'll be much relieved when he comes over the little brow of the hill and sees the ball on the fairway.
Opportunity knocks.
It's going to come out fairly quickly for Rickie Fowler. It's got a bit of a fly allow which you need into the wind. Still 2:33 to go.
Waiting for a scuttler.
Driven it low and hard. Chaser. Oh, it didn't chase. Died on him. Unlucky. Rather unfortunate that didn't zip along.
Aiming miles left here. Garcia. Throwing a high slider from left to right. Is it coming back? No.
I can see it. It's not a bad line.
When he comes around the corner and just sees it lying in
See the look on his face.
No, yeah. That's not, at least I can get the club on it.
Got a slightly anxious look as he comes down, because there's no reaction from the gallery. There were no oohs and ahs.
Right. Oh, the long way right. Oh,
out of bounds. Oh dear, Dustin. He had a stinker off the roof on the last hole. Went. That's 25 yards out of bounds. Reload. Continue firing in your own time.
The white post on the top of the mound there, that's the out of bounds. It runs all the way down the right side of the 18th. Can't believe his luck.
Up to the quiet of the 18th green, Molinari. Not a million miles away. Oh, what a beautiful effort. A birdie fall. Birdie order. Out in 32, home in 36, 68. 11 under.
Very well played. Delightfully well done. It's a long League Open Championship. You battle away and plays back with a super round. 68. Bit of left and just let it release up the little ledge in the green. But the best he can do is make a 4. Just looking at the angle of Rory's chip, he's probably just far enough up the hole to not have to go up the ridge in the green. Just okay, is it, Phil?
Yes, he'll be able to land it onto that top level. Nice lie, just slight upslope, which is going to help this. Doesn't have to do anything fancy at all.
What a lovely touch. What a glorious touch. When he played it for one moment, I thought he was going to land too softly. It just trundled on. 12, 14 inches short. Superb. Absolutely superb.
Yeah, timely shot, just where you required.
Just look at this. When he lofted it, it went higher than I thought he would go, and I thought that may stop short. But it just kept the face open, pushing towards the hole. It landed and just trundled its way down beautifully.
Inside the cup here, Rickie. Don't aim this putt outside the hole. Well done. Scrambled a good par there. Well, it's not quite checkmate, but he's making it difficult.
Well, Fowler hasn't dropped a shot today. He's had 4 birdies so far. Rory's had 3 bogeys. 4 birdies. The only danger left now is the tee shot at the 18th. Really, get that away, all should be well. But remember, dear old Jean van der Velde, from one Frenchman to another, to Boisson. This putt for 70. In she goes. Nice round. Finishes at 10 under. Very well played, young sir.
This thing stands. He currently leads by 3 as he walks back to the 18th tee. It's very sheltered back there. Grandstands and some scrubby bushes shelter you from the breeze.
But Johnson went out of bounds with his tee shot. Second one to there. That's his 4th shot on his way up to the green.
Well, just remember the 14th at Royal St George's, where he was in challenging against Darren Clarke. He shot one straight right out of bounds. Yeah, he's had a couple here, 17 and 18. Deciding strategy.
Sergio.
Well, it's a great lie for Sergio Garcia. He's going in with a long iron, trying to feed it up the right-hand side and just draw it back a touch.
He really clattered it. Maureen chasing it down towards the green, and one hop and a skip, and it's
Led up to 16 under.
What advice would you give Rory now if you were his caddy on that? Back on the tee.
I think I'd have to put a club in his hand that doesn't hit it any more than 260 yards. Short of the bunkers on the left, the fairway is 55 yards wide, and as soon as you pinch in, who knows with Rory? Last night, it's a par 5, driving a 5-iron, he canned it.
Yeah, to bounce down the right,
Here's
bunkers down
Rickie.
the left.
Detect some steel there, Philip.
I'm not expecting a driver.
Oh, there's a change of direction for young Rory, out with a 2-iron. Yes, that'll do. Another one of those, a chip, a couple of putts. And thank you very much indeed.
Fowler holds
It's been a lovely week.
Fowler holds his second shot, which is highly unlikely.
Well, he's got to finish it off, but if he does win, I think all credit to him and his team. Great effort. Once so young, he's had some wonderful moments and some very sad troughs, on and off the course, have been well documented, but can he do this? Can he do that? Well, he ain't doing too badly for a young man in his mid-20s.
He's got a few heavies with him, hasn't he?
What, the rugby team?
Very nice.
They've got goose pimples. He hasn't filled the shoes of Sebi, but he's a good disciple.
About to happen for Rory, but he's still got to negotiate around the edge of the out of bounds. What a reception, what a noise.
A feast of good scoring today from the moment they went out Upper State this morning. The penultimate match. Sadly for Dustin, his first tee shot went out of bounds, so he's struggling not to take 7. No, hit it quite hard enough to, or left enough, or full enough. Just took the shoulder and kicked it away.
Rory may be considering playing his second, laying up across the corner before Sergio pats. Touch and go.
Mouth is a bit dry now, Sergio. For an eagle 3. No tidy length, but a par 4 for Sergio. Sad finish for Dustin. Sergio with a little tap in. Nicely done, good 4, good birdie. Nice touches. Sergio finishes 15 under par.
Great round of 66. Just that bunker shot. 15 where he left it in there, perhaps. A terrific week's golf for Sergio. 68, 70, 69. And a superb closing 66. Rory's having a shy. Not much loft on this one, Phil.
276 yards away. Breeze off the left, helping slightly.
Well, it would have been, certainly would have been up. And that's if it's not trapped in the corner, that's okay.
It's fine. He'd be very unlucky to be trapped in the corner. The back of that chap I had a look at in practice. It's a little bit soft to the sand, but should be okay. But a very attacking play.
How about these performances in the majors for Rickie Fowler this year? My goodness me. Chance for outright second with a good shot here.
Eagles 16 under. Scoreboard. It's going to be a reception and a half here, Peter. You've seen hundreds. I've seen a few.
I think when he's travelled another 150 yards or so, the noise will begin. He's still got to just do the job. And he looks calm, I must say. He's mightily impressed. Not only with him, with a number of players today. What about the bet his father had, eh? 500 to 1 when he was, what, 5 years old or whatever, that he would be the Open champion for when he was 25.
Jerry's dad, Rosie's mum, must be very proud. I see him very quickly looking in the bunker. I think it's lying okay.
Long bunker shot. He has played some cracking shots from long range out of sand during this week. But this is, oh, that's not bad. I think he can get that at worst halfway to the hole.
Square stance, square club face, going to try and make it run a little. Just goes to show his confidence to try and play that type of shot. A simple splash shot, he'll probably come up 15, 20 feet short, but he's still trying that little bit of magic.
Yeah, it's a wonderful shot, full swing. Drives down, has the confidence to hit it sharply. Up she comes, climbs out of the bunker. It looks as if it's going to go off the green the other side. It half stopped, and then it just had a revolution or two. Went on. He thought he was going to hit the pin. Ah. Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it.
Yeah, what joy he's brought us.
Not a sound, amazing. The world of golf is quite amazing. Now, young Fowler. We've seen longer putts than this hole this week. He's second on his own. Shave the edge. Ties with Sergio. 15 under. Well done. Well done, Rickie. Not a drop shot. 5 birdies, 67. Good round, good score.
It's a good finish, wasn't it? So second in the US Open, second in the Open. His turn sometime down the road, I'm sure.
The scene's set now. You can have umpteen putts and still be the champion. What a glorious feeling. But I'm sure he wants to pop it in. Finish in style. So near par 5 to finish. Save of the moment. Tap it in. The champion.
If you're a youngster thinking about taking it to golf, give it a go. It's a great game.
Well, he certainly worked hard as a kid. He loved it as a boy. His father loved it. Took him to the driving range. They worked hard to give him a helping hand along the way. His friends in Northern Ireland, Hollywood Golf Club, and you've done it. 3 great championships under his belt.
And the one that I always thought most likely to win was the Masters, and that's his final leg of the Grand Slam. Congratulations, Rory. You play with flair and fluency, and it's been a joy to watch you.
I wonder what he's thinking now. All sorts of mad thoughts. Down the steps into the recorder's hut. Check on the cards. Make sure everything's all right. And then face the press, the cameras, the interviews.
Just under £1 million in prize money as well, but he's going to get that gold medal in the claret jug. You can't deny that.
The champion golfer of the year.
With a score of 271.
So proud of you.
It's dead. I'm sorry, Sergio Garcia's dead there.
And he wanted his autograph.
Unbelievable. I saw your team celebration as well.
Manager.
I wonder he looks happy.
Yeah. Find the magic card.
Yeah.
Well, it's been some 4 days golf, I must say. We waited a long time to come back to Hoylake, Royal Liverpool. Why has it been worthwhile?
What a week's golf it's been. Well,
just look at those final scores, Ken.
It's fabulous.
Rory's the only one in the 70s. Wonderful array of scoring. They pushed him all the way. So many had an opportunity to be one or two better. But that's a tremendous final leaderboard. The old Graver's at it. He'll already have put in Hoylake, Royal Liverpool. He'll have already put in the date. And by the time the trophy's handed out, the name of Rory McIlroy will be there. This was the final moment. Sweet, sweet moment. He threw the ball to the ground. I think I might have intended to keep that and put it on the little silver cushion in the trophy cabinet.
Quite a thing to have for somebody. Only 2 players prior to this won 3 majors before they're 25. And just Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus. So he's in some elite company already.
He's played some beautiful golf. A few little hiccups along the way, moments of drama. But, oh, what a wonderful champion we have. How proud they should be in Northern Ireland. How proud we are in Great Britain to have him with us. There's Dad.
Jerry, quite a goal for himself.
Should be off to the bookie, shouldn't he, if that bet comes true. 50,000 quid they were talking about.
That was a good charge. You got
a good dinner.
I suppose when we look back, it was his close yesterday. Those Eagles at 16 and 18. He bullied the par 5 to give himself a 6-3, so he played some cagey golf. Sergio giving him a hug.
Well done,
Thanks,
well done,
Great play. Well done. Sergio's kid.
Have a handshake, please.
Got on the gas a little too late. It all came true.
National TV.
Didn't feel easy. Didn't feel easy.
He'll be battered and bruised.
Here, get these guys out, by the way.
R&A officials.
Something else that was amazing. I've watched you in this last week or so. There's always somebody there wanting something. Can I have this? Can I have an autograph? But it's right in your face. It must be so hard to handle. Like the price of fame.
Well, there are moments when you just want to be alone and you don't want to be pestered. Sometimes people don't understand that. Let's hear from our winner.
Rory, we've been watching you fight your way through the well-wishers and the members of the families to our interview position, and you sit down now as an Open champion as well as a US Open champion and a US PGA champion. How does that feel?
It feels incredible. You know, today wasn't easy. You know, there was a few guys that were making runs at me, and I just needed to stay, you know, focused and stay in the present and just really, you know, concentrate on what I was doing out there. And you know, to be 3 legs, you know, of the 4 towards the career Grand Slam at 25 is a pretty good achievement. So it's not gonna sink in for a while, but you know, it just feels incredible right now.
There was some phenomenal scoring from virtually every single player behind you. Did you always feel as if you were in control?
You know, I always, you know, the lead never got less than 2. So, you know, I always felt like I had that little bit of a cushion. And, you know, as I said yesterday, coming into the back 9, I knew I had some holes where I could make birdies, like, you know, 16 and 18. And 16 was the real, you know, hole for me, which I think, you know, settled the championship. I was able to make birdie there, and, you know, with, you know, I had 3 shots to play with over the final 2 holes, so that was a big 4 for me.
And nearly hold it from the bunker at the 18th.
Nearly, yeah. I didn't mean for it to come out as hot as it did, but the wedge got a little too close to the ball for my liking there. But yeah, it was just nice to have the luxury of a few putts there to win, and I took them.
And is your dad also £50,000 richer? We've been talking about the bet he placed 10 years ago that would pay out if you won the Open by the age of 25.
I think so. I don't think it matters to my dad so much anymore, but the few mates that he did it with, I think they're a little happier. Obviously not as happy as he is, but hopefully the bet still stands. I'm not quite sure, but if it does, then it'd be great.
Well, it's been a phenomenal week. It's a phenomenal achievement. Many, many congratulations again, Rory.
Thank you.
And so say all of us. Wonderful achievement. It's been an absolute delight to see not only Rory but so many other players playing well, competing well. The camaraderie, the friendship, the spectators, the organisation, battling the elements at times. It's been really a delight. Really a delight. Next year, of course, we go back up to the home of golf, St Andrews, which is always a bit special. Let's have a check on the leaderboard. For those of you at home, the final scores. See, only one score into 70s, and that was our champion, Rory McIlroy. But just look at the quality of the golf through there. 1, 2, 365. That was the lowest round score of the week. Graham McDowell finished with a great big putt across the last green. Charles Schwartzel, well, he played very well. Had a few hiccups over the various days, but came through beautifully today. Same with Adam Scott. So many of it. Mark Leishman playing splendidly. Jim Furyk. Jim just keeps going on and on and on. Buisson keeps going, or kept going. Only a couple of scores in the 70s. Dustin Johnson had all sorts of dramas, but managed to get in with the 72. Angel Cabrera, 67. Apart from that opening first round of 76, he's done well. Defending champion Phil Mickelson, 68 today. Always a delight to have Phil here. The crowd warmed to him. Justin Rose, a favourite.
So it's happened. You always thought it would, but he joins some pretty select company. Only 4 other players since 1945 have won 3 different major titles as their first 3 majors, and those are Tiger Woods, Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus and Sam Snead. And of course only 2 others have won 3 majors by the age of 25, and that's Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus. So it gives you some idea of the very high track that Rory McIlroy is on. Absolutely astonishing performance. He won the 2011 US Open by a street. The 2012 US PGA, of course, he could easily have had the Masters as well, but he blew in 2011. And one would have to think it's probably not too long before he adds the US Masters to his collection and gets a career Grand Slam. He's the 7th champion to have led outright in the history of the Open Championship. Ted Ray did it at Muirfield in 1912, 4 ahead of Harry Varden. Bobby Jones at St Andrews in 1927, 6 ahead of Aubrey Brumer. Gene Saracen in 1932 at Prince's, 5 clear of McDonald Smith. Henry Cotton in 1934 at Royal St George's. Tom Weiskopf at Royal Troon in 1973. He beat Neil Coles by 3. And most recently, Tiger Woods in 2005 at St Andrews, who was 5 clear of Colin Montgomery. So he becomes the 7th champion in the history of the Open Championship, which dates right back to 1860, to have led outright from start to finish. Other people have done it, and they might have been sharing the lead after a particular round, but he's been the outright leader after every round, having opened with a 66. 66, 66, 68, and finishing with a 71. So we're just waiting for the formal official presentation. He will be presented with that famous old silver claret jug that was originally commissioned by the Mackay, Cunningham and Company of Edinburgh for £30 back in the early 1870s. It was first presented to Tom Kidd in 1873, although Tom Morris's name was added to it, the winner in 1872, Tom Morris Jr. With the words Golf Champion Trophy on it. Originally, of course, it was just a belt. And the trophy was first played, or the competition was first held back at Prestwick in 1860. Willie Clarke Sr., the champion then. He becomes the third Northern Irish winner. Fred Daly did it here at Hoylake, the Royal Liverpool Golf Club, in 1947. And then Darren Clarke, much more recently, at Royal St George's.
I was like, right, I have to do this.
What a week it has been for Rory McIlroy, who really now establishes himself up there with the greats of the sport. His third major,
It's very unusual, this long walk. Normally, practically every other open venue I can think of, the 18th green is very close to the recorder's hut. But it's such a long distance from the 18th here across to the clubhouse where the recorders is, and they've had this special bridge built. Here comes Peter Dawson, the chief executive of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club, and the rest of the team.
Present party enter the arena, led by Peter Dawson.
Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Unsworth, Chairman of the R&A Championship Committee.
Welcome to the presentation ceremony for the 143rd Open Championship, the 12th to be played at Royal Liverpool Golf Club. The links here at Hoylake have, as ever, proved to be a marvellous test of golf at the highest level, and I must thank the club, its members and staff for all their help and assistance in making this an Open to remember. May I also thank the residents of Hoylake for their patience during the weeks before and during the championship. The players throughout the week have applauded the condition of the golf course. Our enormous thanks go to Craig Gilholm, Links manager, and all his team for his superb presentation. Craig, congratulations. No Open Championship can be organised without the considerable efforts of thousands of volunteers who have come from all around the world to assist in running of the Open. Thank you for your invaluable help. our appreciation must go to the many international organisations who have supported our Open qualifying series for this championship. I have received unstinting support this week from the R&A Championship Committee and staff, whose expertise and experience enhances every Open. The world's best golfers have competed at Hoylake this week, and we have witnessed their supreme skills in variable playing conditions. Finally, our thanks go to you, our spectators, who have attended in huge numbers and produced such a tremendous atmosphere, so much appreciated by the players. I thank you all. I will now ask Peter Dawson to announce the prize winners, and Alistair Beggs, captain of the Royal Liverpool Golf Club, to present the trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the runners-up and winners of the Silver Salver are Rickie Fowler and Sergio Garcia. With a score of 271, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is Rory McIlroy.
Thank you. I've got something in my pocket here, actually, I should take out and read. Thank everyone. To the R&A for putting on such a great championship. The Open is the one that we all want, the one that we all strive for, and to be able to hold this claret jug is an incredible feeling. So thank you for everything you do for golf and for development of golf, and you know, the R&A is a great organization, and you know, I'm glad to be their champion this year. To the members of Royal Liverpool Golf Club for letting us use the course this week and the way it's been presented. It's a very, very good test of golf, and I'm delighted the way it was set up. You know, it seemed to work in my favor. So, but thank you very much. You've been very hospitable, and look forward to coming back soon. Thank you.
And to the fans, you've turned out in thousands and thousands this week, and on behalf of all the players, I'd just like to say thank you very much. Thank you very much. The support has been absolutely fantastic all week. It's been a pleasure to play in front of, and even though I'm a Man United fan sitting here or standing here, I still got a great support. So thank you very much. Also, these two guys at the end of the queue here, Rickie and Sergio, you know, well done for putting up such a great fight. It was a pleasure to play with you today, Rickie, and I'm no doubt that with the way your major record is this year, your time will come, and definitely with Sergio, two of the best players in the world and fantastic competitors. And last but not least, I've got a big team over there, my friends and family. This is actually the first major that my mother has been at when I've won, so Mum, this one's for you. And I just can't wait to get back and defend this thing at St Andrews next year. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that ends the presentation ceremony. Travel home safely, and we look forward to seeing you next year at St Andrews for the 144th Open Championship. Now please welcome your Open champion, Rory McIlroy.
Well spoken, Rory. And now he just has all the media duties to perform. The camera call. All those pictures that will be appearing in the daily national newspapers tomorrow. And of course the thank you to the thousands of fans who've come here. I'm not sure what today's figures were. There were very nearly 40,000 here yesterday. I imagine more today. It'll be over 200,000 people who've been through the gates here this week. Who quite rightly acknowledged that the course had favoured him. It certainly has been his week. He had the luck of the draw, best weather for his early-late start. And the decision to go early yesterday favoured him as well. He could easily have been out if they'd played a normal day yesterday. He'd have been out in some foul weather later on. And it all softened the course, which is also suiting his style of play, where he tends to flight the ball very high. But it's an astonishing performance. He is already in the corridors of the great. Astonishing to think, too, that in the space of 3 years we've had two champions from a tiny country, really, of Northern Ireland. Darren Clarke in 2011 and now Rory McIlroy. The only other Irishman, of course, was Broderick Harrington in 2007 and 2008 to have claimed this title, along with Fred Daly here at Hoylake in 1947. That actually is not the original silver claret jug that was made back in 1873. The Royal and Ancient decided in 1927 that for safety's sake that one would be retained by the club, the original trophy, and they commissioned a replica exactly the same, which is the one that goes with the winner and travels around for the next 12 months with him. So the original one is held in the R&A clubhouse at St Andrews. Although one year in the middle of Tom Watson's winning series, he did get presented with the original one by mistake somehow. Got dented too. But it's amazing where it goes with the champion. Phil Mickelson took his all round the world with him. Took it to all sorts of corporate days and golf days. Some lovely wine was drunk out of it, by all accounts.
Rory! Rory on the far end! Rory! Rory, just there! Rory! Rory, just a bit slow. Rory on the end! Rory! Rory!
So he joins Tiger Woods, Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus and Sam Snead as the only players to have won 3 different major titles for their first 3 major wins, which is an extraordinary thing to do if you think about it. When there are such different demands of the different majors, the Masters has a particular demand to it and style of play. The Open, links golf, the only time they play on a links for a major title is very different. So he's done something very special. It was recognised very early on. In fact, Chubby Chandler, his first manager, spotted the talent early on. Took him just 3 tournaments to get his card for the European Tour when he finished 3rd in the Dunhill Links Championship. And he's just gone from strength to strength. All sorts of duties to perform now. He'll head off to the media centre, have an awful lot of television, radio and press interviews to do, and then he has to head off to the Championship Committee reception. Won't be done for a long time yet. Often champions in the past have still been here quite late at night. Some have come back out onto the course at 11 or 12 o'clock at night and just soaked up the atmosphere of what's become a deserted stadium. But this is a unique stadium. We've never had one like this before, with a full horseshoe all the way around the 18th. And it has made the most extraordinary spectacle. Lots of good stories today, though. Rickie Fowler tied 2nd, means he's had 3 top 5 finishes in the 3 majors this year. Jim Furyk finishing 4th, equaling his best in the Open, repeating what he did here back in 2006. Shane Lowry with a 65, the best of the day, finishing tied 9th, which means he automatically qualifies for next year, as does Victor Dubuisson. Top 10s mean they'll be there next year. That's it then. We'll leave you with images of Rory McIlroy, the champion at Hoylake. They're off to St Andrews in a year's time. What a championship that will be. Goodbye from Hoylake.